fire in the lobby, killing that off-duty officer working security and hitting others.
Goes up to the 33rd floor, which is route and management, and begins to walk the floor, firing rounds as he traveled. One person was struck and killed on that floor. He then proceeds down a hallway and shoots himself in the chest.
A woman who works for the NFL, which has offices in the building, was seriously injured. As for the gunman, he was a 27-year-old who drove to New York from Las Vegas. Police say he has a history of mental health issues. There was also a shooting outside a casino in Reno, Nevada. 3 people were killed. Sparks Police Chief Chris Crawford says 3 were wounded.
At this time, we have no reason to believe there is a connection between any of the victims and the suspect, and we have no known motive by the suspect.
The suspect fleeing before a shootout with Reno police. Officials say he was taken into custody and transported to a hospital where he remains in critical condition.
That's Fox's Kristen Goodwin. President Trump is in Scotland opening up a new golf course, and he said moments ago,
I look forward to playing it today. We'll play it very quickly, and then I go back to D.C., and we put out fires all over the world. We did one yesterday. As you know, we stopped a war.
Referencing the Thailand-Cambodia conflict, at least 22 people are dead in Ukraine after a new Russian attacks there.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky said the deaths came just one day after feeling what he called a sense of hope that the killings might stop. One Russian airstrike on a prison in southeastern Ukraine killed at least 17 inmates and injured more than 80 others. Yesterday, President Trump said he was giving Russian leader Vladimir Putin less than 2 weeks to stop the killing.
That's Fox's Jonathan Savage. America's listening to Fox News.
Most people have no idea there's an invisible gap in their home's protection. This invisible threat is house stealing. Con artists pick a house. They transfer the deed of this house into their name by obtaining the forms, using the fake IDs, and filing the paperwork with proper authorities. Now they own the home. Protect your home from this invisible gap. Check on your home's title right now at HomeTitleLock.com. Be sure to use promo code RADIO, and they will send you a complete title scan of your home's title. And your first 30 days of triple lock title protection is free. HomeTitleLock.com.
Quiet down. Here she comes. Surprise! Your accountant just emailed to say your quarterly taxes are way higher than you were expecting.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Also, your favorite employee is leaving. They're going to pursue their dream of being a veterinarian.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. This hour is presented by Subaru of Gwinnett. You'll love the difference. The Morning Extra, only on Extra 106.3.
Morning, y'all. Tug and Los until 10. Thank you for being here on a Tuesday. I watched the Braves last night. Love the fact they got a win, and it took my attention off of people killing one another. That's what you did. That was the benefit. Yes.
I was inundated with all of it.
Yeah.
Because I'd really rather see what's going on in the world than watch the Braves right now.
Well, yeah.
But
right.
Yeah,
I get it.
Got to kind of find a way to do both.
Yeah, it was just too much, man. There's just shooting after a beating in Cincinnati. Just enough with the violence. Good Lord, enough with the violence. I was just happy to see Ronald Acuna in the third be violent with a baseball and hit a home run. That helped me get away from all of it for just a few minutes.
Well, he's mostly white.
Is he now? You talking about Acuna or you talking about the killer?
Oh, I'm sorry. I zoned off. I suddenly thought I was a CNN employee.
I know, right. Yes.
No, these people can't help themselves ever. And that's, I think what's unfortunate is that because we do have these situations that go on in this country, and we highlight the ones that we want to. We don't talk about every weekend in Chicago.
Mm-mm.
All right? Like, nobody wants to go through, like, wow, how many people shot again?
No.
And so that doesn't make any headlines. So you take these situations like what happens in Midtown Manhattan, and you go, okay, we got to go to the playbook if you're an employee of this stuff. If you, I work in the news media, I work for CNN. I got to go to the playbook. And the playbook is, first off, report, speculate, blame.
Mm-hmm.
And the blame is always the part because it all leads back to take your guns.
Yes, it always is that.
I mean, obviously, this gunman, I guess he was blind or something because there's all these signs for it being a gun-free zone.
Yeah, he. That's why it couldn't have been. That's when I read that was happening. because it first popped up on X, on Twitter. And you're thinking, well, no, New York City, they have the strictest gun laws in America. How in the world
that
could
man
this
walked into one of the
happen?
busiest places in the country. It was like, yeah, I got a gun.
Yeah, well, that's surprising. And I'll admit, when it first came across the picture of the dude, and I was like, what, dude, they white?
Yeah, I don't know if the mini fro kind of gave it away.
Yeah,
I mean,
right.
outside of like a Jewish friend or two of mine,
Yeah.
I don't know anyone who is white rocking a mini fro. And just to see on CNN the spin immediately turn into he's possibly white.
Yeah.
Well, it just shows that they just cannot get anything right now, because I don't know if I believe that was an editorial decision. I think they were probably reading a police description, something somebody had said, to the police, and they're trying to track this guy down.
But it was so early on.
Yeah.
I don't believe they would have had any data.
I've got it right here. Hang on.
There were a few things that really stood out there. Among them that they do know what he looks like. Sunglasses, mustache, male, possibly white.
Nope. And well, she wasn't the only one.
No, yeah.
That was what they were going round and round about.
Because once the first person said it, the floodgates. It's like,
Then they all.
Now it's like, well, that's what it is. That's what it is.
Well, because there's always the hope. And again, like I said,
isn't that sad?
Yeah.
That's what they're hoping for.
They're hoping for, and then they want to then go the next one, which is, did he vote for Trump?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the playbook. That's what they go to. And so what you'll find out is, more than likely, this is a guy who snapped. He's some sort of militant. He was radicalized by whatever that did it to him.
Yeah.
And so you'll go, all right, now we got to bury this thing because it doesn't proliferate what they want to have go on. I tell you, the left likes these things. They love when these shootings go on, especially in a school. They can't wait for the next school to get shot up. Now, when it is like somebody who walks into some business office, all they're thinking is, please, God, have him be a Trump voter.
Or
please.
And have him have some Trump shirt
Please
or hat.
be wearing some sort of
Something.
MAGA gear.
That's right.
Please.
Absolutely.
That's what they're screaming and hoping for. I wrote about it in our show notes. Like 20 years ago, my wife had a roommate who worked for CNN. I went to a party with these people.
Mm-hmm.
They haven't changed.
Yeah, for 20 years,
And
they're
this
still
is
the same.
This is before this shooting ever occurred and any of this controversy going on CNN. And I was telling you, these people believe in this so wholeheartedly that they believe, like they will ride this right into being fired from the network. They don't care.
You know how I know that's true? Even if I didn't have the evidence of your story.
Which I sent at 3 in the afternoon.
Yeah. The people like just Democrat senators, they're telling you right now that the Democrat Party, they don't have a policy problem, they have a messaging problem. It's just we have bad messaging.
We have a mentality problem.
Yeah. Well, right, but you and I know that. They clearly don't. They believe that everything that they talk about is just right. Everything they talk about is on, and it makes so much sense, and they would lead America in abundant success. And you and I know that that's not the case. We know that their policies are foul and awful and have led to what we've ran into for the last 4 years. But every one of those news networks, including CNN, tell you how great it is, tell you how great the Democrats are, and how awful Donald Trump is. He's he's this, that, and the other thing. And yet when you look at success versus failure, the Democrats have 4 years of failure. Trump's already had 6 months of nothing but success. Yet CNN won't tell you that.
We go always to the same deal. When these situations occur, it goes back to, all right, you believe in stricter gun laws, which clearly didn't help here. It wasn't like the police stopped him. Shot himself. Then it comes into, all right, well, why don't we have more security? Why don't we have more police? Why don't we have more of, and that's when they immediately throw up their roadblocks. Now, does more police stop this? Probably not, because that's just the nature of what happens. Yeah. That's just how it's going to be.
They're going to react to what's happening. It's not like it's not like they know this crazy person. They're going to react.
Well, and
reaction's always slow.
As evidence of that, look at over the weekend the stabbing that was in, I think, Michigan. 11 people
Walmart.
stabbed, and a Marine who had a gun,
right,
stopped a guy.
Puts an end to it. This always ends up the same way. And what I mean by that is, the Democrats look for any sort of situation in which they can continue the narrative that they need your guns. And over the course of all of human history, when your government asks for your guns, you don't like what happens next.
Oh, it's always awful.
Yes.
It's always awful.
So the part of the reason why we do enjoy the liberties that we do is because we are an armed-ass society. Part of the reason why every opposing military force in this world goes, well, we can do that, but we can't do it there.
Not in the American South or the Midwest.
But
we're not getting it done there.
So, yeah, we can start off with, here's a shooter in New York, and now we've got to have more gun laws. It always continues to the same place. And I remember having this discussion about this when we got into the discussion of ghost guns. There are people that manufacture out of their homes guns, okay? Like, this is what they do. You can have all the gun laws you want. It's just going to create a black market. So this guy who decides, you might say, well, it'd be harder for him to take a rifle into someplace and shoot it up.
No, it wouldn't.
He'll just figure out a different way to do it.
That's right. Dude, and let's say you're a gunless society, like in...
Let's say you're like Australia, and then they start rounding you up.
And then, or the UK, where they just stab each other to death all the time. Stabbings, if you're looking to kill somebody, if you snap and look to kill somebody or do something violent, you will find a way to do it. You're not going to let some law or some sign, gun-free zone sign, stop you. If you don't have access to a gun, you'll use a knife. It's been proven. Time will tell.
Or what they do also in Europe, and we've seen an attack here over New Year's, you'll just take a car.
Yeah, exactly.
And just run a bunch of people down.
That's my point.
Yeah, you'll always find a way.
Always find a way.
It'll be... The next thing is going to be, okay, motive. And now the scramble goes on between political parties and networks. Hopefully they don't blame me.
Yeah. Right.
So the early speculation that I've seen is that he had a gripe with the NFL. And he was a football player.
Okay.
I don't know if he played in college, but I did see...
I see the high school footage of him speaking after a game.
He had a suicide note in his pocket in his jacket, and he claimed to have CTE, and he had some kind of gripe with the NFL.
And that's the
NFL had offices in that building.
In offices in the building, right? Yeah. So, but they'll figure out a way. They'll figure out. They're looking for a
Donald Trump's fault.
They've got to find a way.
Oh no,
they must.
You give this about 24 hours, I guarantee we will have stories on ESPN about. Oh, is this our fault? In terms of football, is this a football public's fault?
Oh, so next
we failed this man.
We got to take away guns and football.
Yeah.
Don't they always? Don't they always?
Sometimes there's just some people that are broken, and I've accepted that since 2020. I live around it. I see some of y'all, and I work around some of y'all, and I'm just like, all right, listen, I'm going to tread lightly. It's like I say, animals in the animal kingdom know when another animal is sick and they avoid it.
All right.
That's what I do. There's a lot of people that never, ever were able to get their brains fixed. And everyone, since we've gone through 2020, 2021, it's almost like they feel justified in their illness. Like, I have to visit my illness on everyone else.
You're
like,
right.
Can't you just stay home and shoot yourself?
That's right. If you're gonna shoot
like, I mean, if you're planning on doing this, you got a gripe with the NFL. Can't you just not buy, like, Sunday ticket for that year and shoot yourself?
Yeah, or shoot your TV then.
Yeah, good.
Whatever.
You got them back.
Yeah,
Way to show them.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Well, but that's the reason they can't do that, because that's not near enough, you know?
But they're pissant humans, and they have to go out in a way that's memorable. You'll remember me for doing this.
No, we won't.
No,
we won't.
No, we're turn the page.
Yes, that's exactly.
You know what? I can't wait for the next whatever reality show to be on tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm not going to remember you. No one's going to remember you. We didn't know that you played football to begin with, and we probably
nor did we care.
Nor did we care. That's the other thing. We care about Deion Sanders a little bit. You know, a guy that is has had a positive influence on the city of Atlanta. Played for the Braves, played for the Falcons. I had no idea that he had cancer, and I'm glad that he's overcome that. But it seems like it's going to be tough for him to remain coaching the way he's coaching now.
He has had some wild health problems in recent years.
With his toes getting
He had to have part of his toes amputated because of the issues that he had that were lingering from his playing days. If you ever want to kind of see like the background on some of this stuff, Coach Prime ain't for everybody on Prime TV, but it does kind of go behind the scenes of all this stuff. And so I guess this will be the next season when it comes out, later in the year. To think that the guy he's a young man in comparison.
Yeah.
He had to have his bladder removed because of a tumor that was found. And it was kind of funny. He talked about how he was wearing a diaper.
Yeah, I know, right? He's like, I got to wear Depends.
As a funny way of him kind of putting it out there and how he's got to put some more weight back on. But good for him. He's now one of the highest paid coaches in all of college football for the work he's done at Colorado in the span of 2 years.
57 years old. Seems, terribly bad for a 57-year-old. I mean, I'm 48, so, just 9 years ahead. That's...
you might be wearing a diaper then.
Well, I'm hoping not.
I hope not, too.
I would like to
I'd like for you to make sure that you avoid the diaper.
I just don't know how, and you can tell me what you think. I just don't know how you continue coaching at the level he coaches with.
I would imagine it's difficult, but at the same time, too, when you watch his coaching style, he's the CEO.
Yeah.
It's not like he is there on a regular basis when they show him coaching. It's not like he's in the film room trying to get that last little bit of an edge against some team. That's what he has other good coaches around him for. He's the CEO. He's the cheerleader. He sets the tone. He's the guy who's the disciplinarian. And so if you can do that, ball having Depends, okay. But that's it. I would imagine with what college football now requires, it's going to be a little bit difficult.
It's a hell of a motivator. I saw a great tweet yesterday. If he was my coach, I think I could build a submarine out of airplane parts.
That's great. Yeah, I just don't know. I don't know. And here's the other thing, man. If I'm Coach Fromm, I've done everything. I've proven to everybody that I can do anything I put my mind to, and he has. I would just be taking it easy. Call me lazy. Call me. Call me anything.
I'd imagine he does a few more years.
Yeah,
there.
I'm going to say maybe a year, maybe two, and then I'm just going to coast.
It's also a great scenario when you're in Boulder, Colorado.
Well, yeah.
You're getting the players, and you're getting the money that he's making, and you get to show everybody, here's what I can do. Yeah, I think if he puts together a couple more good years, he's probably got an NFL job, and that's actually easier than a college job, in my opinion, these days.
You think you want to do that? I don't know that I'd want to do it after that diagnosis.
Yeah, you never know. I just
want to go watch Shador.
That's me right there. That's me right there.
Watch your kid go ball some more.
Yeah, man. Go watch your kid play. You played. Watch your kid play. Just take it easy, man. You got more money than anybody else anyway. I just don't know that money would be motivating. It would be, I want to see my kids, and maybe one day a grandkid. I want to be around for that. Let me take care of myself and not focus on being the CEO or the head coach or whatever.
The reason why Shador Sanders, obviously he dropped in the NFL draft, the former quarterback of Colorado and the son of Deion Sanders. One of the big reasons outside of his interview process that didn't work out well, every single team where they were pondering whether or not to draft him all had generally the same belief. If you draft him, Dad's trying to get you fired so he can take your job.
Which I don't surprise. Maybe this.
And so how do you keep dropping?
Yeah.
It's because
I don't want that guy taking my job.
I don't know if you saw the day when the Cleveland Browns drafted him in their war room where they execute their draft policy and their draft picks. It was like 7 stone faces all clapping like, oh, God, did we really just do this? Great. Like the owner wants us to do this. Oh, yeah. So we'll see how long he's in Colorado.
Yeah.
Before he's in Cleveland or wherever else.
I hope he goes off into the sunset and just watches his kid and just relaxes.
You
just
never know. I talked about this for years with Nick Saban. You never know when the cup is filled.
And let me tell you, Saban was just,
this is too much now. I'm leaving.
And it was, man. It seemed like that happened in an instant.
Because he got run out by the NIL game.
Yeah. Well, he said that.
He had everything locked down for the longest amount of time, and then it turned into, wait a minute, these kids want Ferraris, and we don't have a dealership here in Tuscaloosa.
Yeah. We're going to have to go over to Atlanta to get one.
Like, this is going to be a problem.
Yeah.
I don't want to deal with this problem anymore.
Yeah.
Me and Miss Terry just going to go home.
And he's another. He saw it. He was like, I got plenty of money. I'm never, and then he found a new gig just talking about football, and he's good at that too.
Alabama Jones.
Alabama Jones.
Sure. With his hat, which is great.
Got his hat on.
Yeah.
Got his Indiana Jones hat, ready to roll.
He's my favorite on College Game Day.
He's good.
Yeah.
He's fun.
I just love to hear him break down things because I believe him.
As much as Lee Corso has been an icon of that entire broadcast and lovable, with the issues he's had post-stroke, this feels like a really nice transition into you're going to the greatest coach of all time.
Makes a whole lot of
He's
sense.
just nowhere near the Joker that Lee Corso is.
No. But I tell you, yeah, Saban's not doing the tricks that Corso would do. Yeah, because Saban's like,
You imagine him putting on some mascot heads?
No. Not. He wouldn't even consider it. And that's what I love about him. He'd be like,
they'd bring the Sooner head over, and he'd be like, "Get that thing away from me!
Get that ass off of the table!" Probably just shove it off the table. That's the reason I love him. He's no nonsense. That's why I like him so much.
Be throwing food at Bebo.
Yeah. No, thank you. All right, when we come back, Scott Bessent said it, and now the mainstream media is having to say it too. Next on the Morning Xtra, Tug and Los until 10.
Get the latest breaking news and insight from the biggest conservative voices in the South when you follow Xtra 1063 across all your social media platforms. Find us on Facebook, X, Instagram, and YouTube at Xtra 1063.
Make going back to school a little more fun as the Brewers and Marlins come to Truist Park August 4th through the 10th. The week includes the Ronaldo Lopez bobblehead giveaway presented by Coca-Cola on August 4th, followed by the Ronald Acuna Jr. Funko Pop giveaway presented by Xfinity on August 6th. And new this year is the Batman Ticket Package, which includes a Batman bobblehead and a game ticket. Visit Braves.com/promos to purchase your tickets. Atlanta Braves baseball. We are Braves country.
Life is unpredictable, but when trouble comes, you need a team you can trust. At Ace Second Chance Bail Bonds, we've been helping families for nearly 20 years, providing fast, professional, and discreet service. With 12 locations across Metro Atlanta and Birmingham, we're available 24/7 to get your loved one home, quick and with care. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call 404-BAIL-OUT, that's 404-BAIL-OUT, or visit atlbail.com today.
So the outside of your house is getting a little ugly, kind of like the outside of the Kimmer I know. Well, here you go, Peach State Windows. I worked with Jeff, the owner, and his wife 25 years ago. Family business. She'll probably answer the phone. Energy Star, double hung vinyl windows, perfect fit. Or siding, holy cow, all the top brands like Hardy Plank that I got 25 years ago. Sales to fit your budget, Peach State Windows. Sure, but so much more than windows too. Entry doors, roof issues, they'll take care of all that stuff. 770-485-8011, peachstatewindows.com.
Are you a parent of a 2 to 8 year old? Listen closely for an exciting offer, then head to abcmouse.com/radio to learn more. By now, you've probably heard of ABC Mouse.
ABC Mouse is like a little one-on-one teacher. It has helped her so much.
We're offering a promo at abcmouse.com/radio to try it for free for a month, then $14.99 per month until canceled. Go to abcmouse.com/radio to see this offer. That's abcmouse.com/radio. Actual ABC Mouse users compensated for their testimonials, sponsored by Age of Learning.
We have all been in bad relationships at some time or another in our life. They drain us, they weigh us down, and they wear on us. So we just resolve that things won't change, and then we decide to live with it and make the best of a bad situation. That's also what my pain felt like. I tried everything, and I guess I just stopped expecting better. I just resolved to myself that maybe this is just my life. With Relief Factor, you don't have to stay in that relationship with pain. You can break up with pain, like Anthony did. He wrote to me and told me, I was dealing with debilitating pain and fatigue. I've been taking Relief Factor for about 2 months, and I am back to running my own business. I'm back to fishing and gardening and all the things that are truly important to me in my life. Relief Factor is the 100% drug-free solution that targets the inflammation causing your pain, back, neck, joints, wherever it hurts. Break up with your pain. Try Relief Factor, the 3-week quick start, $19.95. Visit relieffactor.com or call 800-4RELIEF.
Securing America.
The president's nominee to become the next chief of naval operations, Admiral Daryl Caudle, recently appeared before the Senate Armed Services Committee, which will consider his nomination, where the admiral outlined his underlying principle for the Navy.
I view this nomination as a solemn opportunity to ensure our nation's maritime dominance is never surpassed by competitors or adversaries.
But Admiral Caudle admits there are challenges, especially from the Chinese, and the Navy has to both meet that challenge while still maintaining current standards.
Our maritime fighting forces must continue to be lethal, resilient, agile, and globally present, capable of deterring conflict and, when called upon, achieving decisive victory.
If confirmed, Caudle would replace Admiral Lisa Franchetti, who was fired as Chief of Naval Operations shortly after President Trump took office. Kevin Uretsky, Fox News.
I'm Chad Pergram with the Speaker's Lobby. A House panel recently prepped a bill to tackle big changes in how college athletes are paid. GOP Florida Representative Gus Bilirakis just introduced a bill to create national standards for NILs dealing with name, image, and likeness. It would bar student athletes from being considered as university employees and carve out exceptions to antitrust law for conferences and the NCAA. Democrats on the subcommittee oppose the measure. They're concerned the legislation transfers power to the NCAA. The latest congressional effort to create a nationwide NIL standard comes just a month after a federal judge approved a settlement resolving antitrust lawsuits brought by former Division I athletes. Those athletes sought damages for NIL deals they were forced to forego. The settlement now allows universities to directly share revenues with college athletes. The debate over NILs began more than a decade ago. Former UCLA basketball player Ed O'Bannon sued the NCAA after his likeness was featured in a 2009 video game. With the Speaker's Lobby, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your Georgia headlines for Tuesday, July 29th. Marietta Police Department is inviting residents and business owners to take part in a free 10-week Citizen Police Academy. The course will give participants access to various police teams, including K-9 and SWAT, allowing citizens direct access to officers and to learn about the inner workings of the department. The academy will meet once a week and is open to 30 participants who live in or own a business in the city of Marietta. 2 of Georgia's universities are leading the way in Alzheimer's research. Emory University is breaking ground with new treatments that use antibodies to slow down and potentially reverse symptoms in early Alzheimer's cases. At Kennesaw State's X Lab, professors and students are using supercomputers to simulate various drugs for treatment. Researchers say running simulations of how the drugs behave saves time and costs in the lab, which helps push research forward more efficiently. And Atlanta police arrested a man accused of a bizarre bank robbery attempt. Authorities say the 40-year-old man entered the PNC Bank on Monroe Drive with a fake hand grenade, demanded $40,000, and fled the scene on a Lime scooter. He was taken into custody on Friday. Today's weather, the heat continues with temperatures in the high 90s. It'll feel like it's over 100 in some areas. Scattered thunderstorms this evening. With your headlines, I'm Jerry Payne for Extra 106.3.
Scott Besson is a guy that is able to take a really, really difficult subject matter with tariffs and make it easy to understand. He lays it out there for you.
Besson made it a point when he went on, I think it was Face the Nation. All of you analysts were talking about this is what the tariffs are going to do. Mm-hmm. He's like, and nothing like that has happened. He's like, can we just wait and see?
Do you mean the so-called experts?
Yes. Now, I took the view of I'm going to wait because tariffs are not something that has really occurred in our lifetime, not in this sort of mass. Like we've had tariffs where, all right, there's a tariff deal with China. Here's what it's going to be. We're trying to level the playing field. All right, there's tariffs. This is tariffs with as many people as we can have with tariffs. We have tariffs now with India. We have tariffs, obviously, with Japan. The EU just got it finished up.
Buddy, that one is remarkable.
You know who's looking worse and worse in this entire deal? Canada. Canada is the one that you're being isolated. You're being iced out of this. It's like, it's time for you to take a deal here.
And the Canadian, you can still see their prime minister chirping and barking a little bit, not realizing that he's on the Titanic.
Yeah, if you don't watch out, you will be the 51st state.
That's right.
That is the way things are going right now economically. But this is Scott Besson.
You'll have to be.
And he made it a point to go on the Sunday shows and to point out that as of now, when it comes to the revenue, now keep in mind too, stock market, crazy high. Inflation, currently under control. Prices, we haven't had negative inflation, but we haven't had growth. We have had the prices dipping when it comes to energy. That's been very helpful. But Scott Besson points out, I told you.
I think he's created a lot of leverage because he's created an A-B situation. He is able to go to the trading partners and say, look, I am happy to take in this tariff income if you don't want to negotiate. This is a high rate, but the U.S. is taking in massive amounts of tariff income. We had the first June budget surplus since 2015, last month. We reported it this month, and so we are taking in substantial income. So President Trump is creating this leverage by saying, if you don't want to negotiate with me, I've sent you a letter with a high rate. Have at the high rate, or come and negotiate in better fashion. Because I'll tell you, what was fascinating for me, and this was President Trump at his best, was the Indonesians came with what I thought was a very good offer out of the blocks. President Trump kept pushing them. He raised the reciprocal rate when he sent them the letter, and 5 iterations later, the Indonesian trade deal was greatly improved, turned into a great deal for both sides.
I love when he says, I thought they had brought us a good deal. Donald Trump made it even better.
The guy who's lined out deals all over the world.
Imagine that. And it was funny to see people like Bill Maher. He said this weekend, he was talking about the tariffs, and he was like, the stock market is at a record high.
Yep.
I don't see a country in depression at all. I see people out there living their lives. I would have thought, and I got to own it, that these tariffs were going to effing sink the economy by this time, and they didn't.
And they have not.
And they've not. And I've always thought, there's something about Scott Bessent. I think that dude is like, he's next level when it comes to business. He thinks differently. He's able to function differently. And he and Donald Trump are almost made for each other when it comes to working together.
Remember, April 1st was it Emancipation Day, whatever it was that we were calling it. And here's where the tariff program is going into effect. And the stock market dipped. And the people that were very sharp jumped in, bought the dip. They've made a crazy amount of money. Like, good for them. But now look what's occurred. Markets react to economic conditions, tax conditions, what's going on with tariff policy, what's going on with import-export. All these are huge factors. And when you look at what's going on, the markets have shown you the tariff policies are not a problem. Or else the markets would have reacted in such a way that we would have gone, okay, maybe that's a terrible idea.
General Motors decided, no, we're not going to pass on.
Oh, and by the way, markets are not like 6 months delayed, a year delayed. That's not how it works.
No, that's right. And I love the fact that GM just said, no, we're not going to pass this on. We believe with our margins that we're going to be able to find to absorb this, and we're going to ask our the people that we contract with for parts, and we're going to ask them to eat some of the tariffs. We're not passing it on. The experts said, "Oh, wait till you try to buy a car.
Ooh, you'll feel it.
You're gonna feel it's going to be nothing like you've ever seen." And then, like in the cut you just played, tariff income $27 billion to the good.
And now the response from the left is, "Well, that's $27 billion that'll be passed along to the taxpayer." You kidding me? First off, you weren't ever concerned about throwing trillions of dollars at me.
That's exactly right. Even if that was the case.
Oh, no. And it's not the case. But, like, for instance, the NBA, and I'll make this about a sports discussion. The NBA does not criticize the Chinese government. And if anyone does, they get slapped on the wrist and you're told you're not doing that. Because the NBA has 1 billion fans, potentially, in China. That's their next giant growth market. That's where they're going to sell a bunch of shoes. They sell a bunch of jerseys. They get crazy TV viewership out of there. So what is the cost of getting into the marketplace? Don't criticize the CCP.
Because they don't tolerate it.
Okay. What is the price of getting into our marketplace? Our tariffs.
15%. At least.
Here's what it is. So this goes on around the world. Sometimes it's economic policy. Sometimes it's just what you're allowed to say about a particular area you're going to try, a particular market you're going into.
Howard Lutnick, the tariff revenues are amazing. $700 billion a year. That's new money that the government never had before. You take that for 10 years, $7 trillion. You start doing the math, you can't help it. And Trump getting the Europeans to kiss the ring,
yeah,
like they did,
to say, oh yes, anything that comes into our marketplace, 0%.
But everything,
it comes our way,
comes out
15%.
That's exactly. Everything's coming in 15%. Except for aluminum and steel, because I'm protecting
our industries.
50%, and the Europeans were like, okay.
All right, we'll go send it to. We'll sell it to India.
That's right. And we'll do whatever we have to have this market. We can't survive without the market.
They're looking and going like, you know what? The Saudis, There's no tariff there. We'll go sell it to the Saudis.
Yeah, that we'll take the steel and the aluminum there, and then the rest of it we're gonna come over and deal with y'all. But the things that Donald Trump was able to get the EU to agree with, 0% tariffs on goods. They're going to spend about $800 billion on U.S. energy, oil, natural gas, and that's hopefully to wean the Europeans off of the Russian natural gas and oil that they're not supposed to be buying that they have anyway. You see how those laws never really actually live up? They all talk big game. Well, they're embargoed. Europe doesn't think so.
Nope. Europe just says, we don't have a fight with you.
That's right. And they continue to import it, and hopefully this will curtail some of that. But $600 billion in U.S. investment. And the EU just said, yep, you got a deal.
What? They talked about the pain points. Like, I wonder how that negotiation went where the EU eventually said, okay, this is enough. We'll make this deal with you. It just seems so one-sided, but I get it. The U.S. market is so valuable,
so lucrative. They have to have it. They must have it.
You get access to a potential 330 million consumers, and yes, I get it. Children aren't buying stuff, but we buy stuff for children.
All the time.
It's 330 people that need stuff. 330 million,
and are addicted to getting that stuff, and they like it overnight. Or same-day delivery if they can get it.
I think you're talking about many, many wives out there that go, oh, the package is here.
Yeah, that's right.
Don't you have that special moment, that little extra bit of Christmas joy where I go, oh, it's here. It's almost here. Can't wait for it to get here.
It's like this T-shirt. My new Waylon Jennings T-shirt.
You needed that Waylon Jennings shirt. It showed up.
You know what my wife asked me yesterday? She was like, you got another Waylon Jennings T-shirt? Yes, ma'am, I did. I sure did. And you know what? I got it overnight. It was waiting on me when I got home from the lake.
I talk about how one of my favorite things to do at Costco is how they have it's called treasure hunt. Like, that's the idea of it. So if you don't know, Costco's, and I did this as part of a Harvard business study back in college. Costco's, first off, they allow their floor managers to stock most of their stuff. So for instance, if Tug is a floor manager, he lives in Alpharetta. He's at dog parks every weekend. They're packed. As a floor manager, he goes, we got to make sure we have a lot of dog stuff. That's why you find some that have more dog beds, dog food, things like that. If you live in a more, let's just say, an area that's more of like the heart of Atlanta, you probably don't have that quite as much. It's just kind of how it goes. Well, so one of the things that they do is that they will, it's not so much a loss leader, but let's say, for instance, there's Calvin Klein jeans, and at the store, they're $140. Well, they'll make it a point. Listen, you've got excess supply. We'll buy them for $50, and we'll sell them for $55 or $60 at our stores. So when you show up there and you're like, that's a $120 pair of jeans for $60, you're like, buy it. But it encourages you to go in there more regularly than just the once a month that happens.
And how many times have you seen a particular shirt or pair of jeans at Costco, and then on a Monday morning you see somebody wearing it, like, yeah, I saw that too.
I just bought a pair of Adidas golf shorts.
Yeah, see, exactly.
I think I paid like $15. You tell me a pair of golf shorts that are Adidas that are going to be $15. I will tell you, no, they're going to be $50.
They're not even going to be that at Marshall's.
It's like there's no chance.
Yeah, that's
so right. Yeah, it's treasure hunt. Like, you go in there to find that sort of stuff. But that's, again, it's all about the American consumer. It's about the 330 million that want to buy stuff. That's the value in this.
And the Germans, being the biggest economy in Europe, they more than anybody knew that there had to be a deal struck. How in the world would Germany survive, their economy survive, without the U.S. economy? And look, the Chinese are getting cooked too, and they're trying to fight back. I read over the weekend that some of the Chinese companies and the CCP said they were going to no longer buy American debt. Let's see if that's true. They're
the biggest holder of American debt. Right. You telling me suddenly you're off that?
It just doesn't seem legitimate. Doesn't seem right.
I'm not going to be drinking vodka anymore either.
Yes, exactly.
Tug is going to put down the bourbon.
Not a chance. But it just tells you, though, they're trying to figure out any footing. How do we spook the market? How do we spook Donald Trump? And they're not. He doesn't get spooked easily. And if he did, he'd turn around and be like, hey, Scott Besson, what do you think? And he was like, we're good. Let's go. Oh, we're good. we're all right. We're moving in the right direction. And by the deal that he pulled off in Europe, the folks at MSDNC cannot believe it, and they had to take it to air. Next on the Morning Extra.
You're right here.
Yeah, making sure I'm in the.
Y'all
right
are too.
Yeah,
welcome.
Sometimes there's a little bit of me that gets sideways on because 99X, they have the Morning X. And when I hear it in my ear, because it's been...
Well, you just need to stop.
It sounds so crazy to me.
It's Tuesday.
I'm still kidding.
Man, a long way to go for the week.
Stumbled out of the gate. Next on the Morning Extra. Here on Extra 106.
The Morning Extra on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3 FM.
Why, hello there. Good morning. It's Front Office Lowe's. Let's talk about Tom, the Honest Car Guy. HonestCarGuy.com. Or you can give Tom a call. 844-SHOW-ME-1. 844-SHOW-ME-1. This is a very simple process, although I get it. Sometimes it seems a little bit daunting when it's time to buy a new vehicle. Tom makes this very easy. All you have to do is give him a call, contact him, and basically say, make and model. This is what I'm looking for. Tom has run dealerships all across Georgia. What he now has are the amount of contacts throughout the entirety of the country to find that vehicle that you're looking for, and he keeps you part of the process the entire time. Now, if you just want to sit back and say, Tom, go find me the vehicle, he can get a vehicle for you in 15 minutes. If you want to be part of the process and go through all of it with him, either way, full transparency, that's what he's going to do. And then the price that he's able to secure the vehicle for, that's what you're going to pay, plus the Honest Car Guy fee. Now, when you start doing the math on it, you're going to save thousands of dollars in this process. I'm already planning on doing it. I got a 14-year-old, soon to be 15. The learner's permit is coming. We're going to have to add another vehicle to the home. I'll be doing it through Honest Car Guy. HonestCarGuy.com. Give Tom a call. 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME, the number 1.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan, and driven to extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Here's sports headlines for Tuesday, July 29th. The Atlanta Braves losing streak is over as the team opened up their series in Kansas City with a 10-7 win last night over the Royals. Game 2 of 3 tonight. Newly acquired pitcher Eric Fetty will make his Braves debut. He'll be opposed by Seth Lugo. First pitch is set for 7:40. You can hear that game on our sister station's brand new app, 680 The Fan. MLB Hall of Famer Ryne Sandberg has passed away at the age of 65. Sandberg was previously diagnosed with prostate cancer, which returned after he was declared cancer-free last year. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Advisory services offered through Master Plan Retirement Consultants, Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Fricks & Associates, Inc., DBA Master Plan Retirement Consultants. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
Retirement means different things to different people. Some folks want to travel the world. Some folks want to spend more time with grandkids. For me, I'm looking forward to spending more time with my guitar. Whether extravagant and robust or simple and cozy, every retirement needs a plan. You wouldn't take a trip without directions. You have to know where you are before you know where you're going. Master Plan Retirement Consultants have helped many like you plan for their own retirement. Not only does Master Plan help you create the roadmap, they join you on the journey. So whether you want to travel the world, become a pickleball champ, or just looking for a good porch, a sturdy rocking chair, and an acoustic guitar, remember to plan well because the destination is worth it. Visit masterplanretire.com to schedule your complimentary consultation today.
There's a new vibe in Tucker, and it's teeing off at Heritage Golf Links. After a multi-million-dollar renovation, the course has never looked better. From pristine new greens and bunkers to the stunning 11,000 square foot putting green, Heritage Golf Links is ready to impress, challenge, and deliver an unforgettable round you'll come back for again and again. And when the sun goes down, the game keeps going. Our one-of-a-kind night range is lit up and open Friday and Saturday nights until 10 p.m., so your swing can shine under the lights. So, whether you're practicing, playing, or just enjoying the full-service bar and grill, Heritage Golf Links is the perfect place for golfers who want more than just a round. Heritage is a destination and a better golf experience. Reserve your tee time at heritagegolflinks.com. That's heritagegolflinks.com.
Located just minutes from downtown Atlanta, Heritage Golf Links is easily accessible from I-285 and I-85.
The biggest name in artificial intelligence warns you nothing is private. We've told you recently that teenagers prefer their ChatGPT to real humans when it comes to seeking companions and even seeking therapeutic-type conversations. But now the man behind ChatGPT warns to maybe not divulge your innermost secrets to your best AI buddy. Sam Altman of OpenAI, the company behind ChatGPT, on a recent podcast says neither the industry nor regulators have found a way to enforce something such as doctor-patient confidentiality when the so-called doctor is a chatbot, intelligent or otherwise. Altman says this could all be a problem if an AI company were under court order to reveal what you told your AI, that the law hasn't caught up with this phenomenon. But tech companies are often subpoenaed for their records by law enforcement, triggering a slew of data privacy concerns. With Fox on Tech, I'm Eben Brown, Fox News.
I'm Gianna Gelosi with your Fox True Crime Minute. Police arrested a man in Arizona 4 decades after a cold case murder and sexual assault of 2 teenagers in Northern California. Back on December 19th, 1984, 18-year-olds Terrence Arndt and an unnamed girl were parked near Shasta County High School when a man pulled up to the vehicle. Police say Arndt tried to protect the female but was shot in the head. The female victim was then assaulted and left for dead. After the suspect left the scene, police say she drove Arndt's car for help, eventually able to reach police. Arndt, though, was taken to the hospital where he died. The case remained unsolved for over 40 years until it was revisited last year using genetic genealogy. That led police to a suspect identified as Roger Neil Schmidt Sr. He's 64 years old now and living in Tucson, Arizona, and would have been 23 at the time of the crime and lived in Bernie, California. Schmidt was arrested earlier this month and charged with murder and sexual assault. There's more on this story at foxnews.com or subscribe to the Fox True Crime Podcast. I'm Gianna Gelosi with your Fox True Crime Minute.
The only thing better than covering all these Trump wins is watching the left implode over it.
Donald Trump is entertaining the world while he's changing the whole freaking planet.
Extra 106.3 is committed to bring you the news you care about most. From Atlanta legends and conservative voices you've relied on for a generation. Proud to be Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station. Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra app.
We were pretty straightforward about Donald Trump just taking the EU to the woodshed over that economic deal. And then you look at the news, and it's a little bit misleading. You know, EU $750 billion energy deal, hard to reach. Did the EU, the CBS News, did the U.S. or the EU emerge as the winner in the Trump trade deal? What? Did you actually look at the deal? It's completely one-sided.
Give Axios some credit yesterday.
Yep.
When they got into the deal, their big problem with it was, well, why aren't we helping them?
We didn't do anything for them. Yes, that's right. Anytime you can get that deal,
How mean of Donald Trump and the Americans to only look out for themselves.
Just awful, it is. The one person that was completely honest about it, the French. They said the EU submitted to Donald Trump. It was nothing more than a submission. So if you want to know really, just ask those leaders of those European nations who got the better deal, and they will equally tell you that it was Donald Trump of the United States of America. And MSNBC could not believe what Trump had done in this incredible agreement. Of course, they tried to be really negative at the end. Listen to this.
The U.S. take any hits with this deal? And what does it say, this outcome say about the president's ability to negotiate?
It's incredibly favorable for the United States. When you look at this, it's been very one-sided. I mean, the U.S. has been making the demands. These other countries have had to kind of contort and comport themselves to them. So they emerge fine here. But what's going to change is over the next weeks and months, as countries and trading partners like the EU look at this episode and think, can we trust this relationship with the U.S.? Can it continue? I think even looking at this deal, framework of which we don't have a ton of details. If that somehow goes south or changes, what's a trading partner like the EU to do? So we see them broaching new relationships with their other trading partners, looking for other opportunities. And I think that's going to be kind of the message here going forward. What's the legacy of these talks, of these threats going to be, and how are other countries going to kind of look at trade going forward? How are they going to change their tack now after all of this?
So what he's trying to tell you is they're going to bail out and work with other partners. They're going to leave the biggest economy in the entire world, the one that they just bent over backwards to be a part of, but they're going to search for other places. which maybe they will search. You're not going to find what the United States has anywhere.
I'm not sure that man's ever been at a negotiation table.
Probably not.
Because once a deal is no longer, I would say, helpful to either side, well, then that's when you say, hey, deal off until we make another deal. He makes it sound like we're ending a war. Like, after we drop this bomb on the Japanese, I don't know how long it is to be our friend again.
Right.
It's like, it's not that serious, man.
Yeah.
I was like, you line out deals, and typically they have an end date. Even if they don't, then whenever you decide you want out of it, you just inform the other country, hey, we're pulling out of this thing until we renegotiate. This is how business works.
Every day.
There is nothing that is strange about this. I mean, maybe it's just because being the industry we're in, where contracts are contracts, and then there's
Come and go.
Yeah, and even there are companies that can decide, hey, we've got to end this contract early. All right, there's out clauses. I mean, this is just typical of what happens. It comes across when it comes to MSNBC or CBS or anybody else that they just don't understand the business world and the business climate, whereas Donald Trump has shown he does.
Which is crazy. There's plenty of smart business people out there. Maybe you should hire some of those to be your analyst instead of just those that will walk the company line and tell you exactly what you want to hear.
And that's something else. Tug, you know this from working in the media world when it comes to entertainment. When you want to find somebody who will say somebody's record's good, you'll keep calling people until somebody tells you it's good, even though you know it might be dog crap. What goes on now, especially when it comes to analyzing anything that this administration is doing, you will have, let's say, for instance, the New York Times. They'll call on whichever expert that they need to talk to before they finally get the, I'm not really sure these tariffs are going to work.
Oh, yeah.
Because they'll call 3 or 4 and they'll be like, well, it looks intriguing. Well, that doesn't fit the story.
No, we don't want that.
So then what do you turn it into? Experts question.
Exactly.
And the same way that I'll call around to find one person who will tell me that Happy Gilmore 2 is good. This is how this media game is played.
Of course. Get what you want. You know who to go to. If it
fits the story.
You know their politics. You know what they write. I mean, it's very clear. Most people write on social media every day. So to your point, you know what answer they're going to give you probably even before you call them.
That's why you do it.
That's exactly
You're
right.
Writing
you got the answer.
I remember
you got the answer you wanted.
This was back in like 2001, 2002. And I was the young guy covering the Dallas Cowboys in Dallas. So I had to go to what they call Cowboy Wednesday. And that's where you go get audio from the players. And then you have to go to the head coach's press conference and record that, set it up, and then
that actually sounds kind of cool, dude.
Okay, it was only cool because it was Bill Parcells.
Ah, got it.
When it was Dave Campo, it was not cool.
Not nearly.
It was
cool.
awful.
Yeah,
but Parcells, Bill Parcells, the big tuna, the Hall of Fame coach.
Yeah.
So he would see this stuff coming from a mile away. Remember, he'd already coached in Boston. He'd coached in New York twice. The guy had been around. And so you would have a discussion going on, and Parcells would then field another question, and that question would have something completely off topic of anything we'd been talking about for the past 20 minutes. And he would stop and go, well, I know what you're writing about.
Right.
Because all that person was looking for was a quote to fit their story where they'd already decided what the outcome was.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so predetermined.
Yeah, so when MSNBC or CBS or anybody else has these issues and they're suddenly like, oh, wait, this tariff game is working. Okay, they don't know how to change direction on this
Like
stuff.
a lawyer in court trying to get a person on the stand to say something, and the judge was like, "You're leading," or objection, they're leading the witness.
How do I change what I'm doing?
Yeah, leading them.
So now it's turned into
answer.
Now it's turned into. Let's have an honest discussion here. Actually, all of these tariffs are being passed on to you in the form of taxes. You just haven't felt it yet, but you will.
It's coming. It's coming.
So, because the pain isn't immediate and it's not in your face, so now it's the boogeyman down the road.
That's right. Yeah, it's with the straw man argument, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's right down there.
Like, no.
Watch out.
We talked to some experts.
Watch out. It's coming.
The experts say the pain's coming.
That light at the end of the tunnel is actually the train. You don't realize it yet because you're not smart enough. We're smart. We know. We're the expert.
I called somebody who happens to teach, who's a professor at this university, and they said the pain's coming.
They said. It's always they.
Experts.
It's always the they, right?
Experts say.
It's they.
It's like, why don't we just deal in the now? That's what's cool about the business world. it hits you quick.
Yeah,
it hits you now. It's the very few times when you see what goes on in the market, is there something that's delayed by years and years and years, unless it's a time bomb. Like the mortgage crisis was a time bomb, but people saw what was going on and they made a crazy ton of money on it. But the industry was going, wait a minute, why are all these people not able to pay their mortgages? Oh my God, we have mortgage-backed securities. Uh-oh, like this is bad.
This is real bad.
But when it comes to, hey, we just put a tariff on this country, and nothing changed.
Yeah.
Except we made more money.
And the money continues to
It's
go.
immediate.
So much so that Donald Trump's talking about rebating people in Texas.
Yeah, it's not like one of these countries outside of Canada. It's like, we'll stop doing business with you. Every other country's like, okay.
Yeah, and the German Chancellor Merz, he was like, man, this is going to be it's going to be a painful deal for Germany. He was like, I do see some opportunity for us to make, grow some. I see some opportunity for us with natural gas, and that's good. But we got some growing pains coming our way.
What Donald Trump is not saying right now is that this is get even time for how much we've been stolen from by almost every other country in the world.
And all it does is rip apart those 90s free trade agreements where only the United States took advantage of. Everybody else made out like bandits.
When you think about how many times we're producing, how much of NATO's defense budget, like we're having to come.
Yeah.
This
and it's
is
like
79%.
79%.
This is now turned into, this is get even time. And he ain't saying it because it does make us look like the big bad bully.
Which
but
I'm
it's
all right
true.
with.
Yeah, no, I get it.
I'm fine
listen,
with it.
He finishes a deal and it's handshakes all around and it's a great deal. But he knows, everybody knows, America is not going to be taken advantage of anymore with him in office.
Not anymore, dude. Those days are done and over. Done and over. And I'm here for it, and that's exactly what I voted for. Maybe you too. When we continue on Extra 106.3, the Trump numbers on foreign policy may come as a little bit of a surprise to you. Next on Extra.
Extra 106.3 is Atlanta's home for NASCAR, and we have live races every weekend from across the country. Check out extra1063.com for the full schedule and join us this weekend for live NASCAR action.
You could save big when you bundle your auto, home, motorcycle, RV, or boat. Visit progressive.com.
By texting 26022, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Tax Lien Code. Message and data rates may apply. Terms apply. Available at taxliencode.com.
Imagine waking up and not needing to rush. No commute, no emails, no boss. Just coffee, sunlight, and the freedom to choose. That's the power of tax lien investing. It's been around for over 200 years, used by banks, hedge funds, and the wealthy. And now, finally, it's being taught right here in Atlanta. It's secure, predictable, passive income backed by real estate and mandated by state law. And it pays you, sometimes 15 to 35% returns. You don't need to own property. You just need to see how it works and how to do it right. We've taught over 100,000 students, and we'll teach you for free at a live masterclass right here in Atlanta. If you're ready to start building real wealth through tax lien investing, this is it. Text EARN to 26022 to reserve your free seat. That's EARN to 26022. But hurry, seats are limited. Text EARN to 26022.
Bullet points.
I'm Eben Brown. It could soon be illegal to buy a Glock in California if lawmakers get their way. The California State Senate could be just some weeks away from passing a bill aimed at outlawing Glock brand handguns in the state. The bill, originating in the California Assembly, is targeting Glock-made semi-automatic handguns or any firearm built using similar mechanisms that would be convertible into automatic-style firing by a device commonly referred to as a Glock switch, which can be manufactured using a 3D printer. The bill's authors argue Glocks are responsible for many gun crimes. However, Glock remains one of the country's and California's most popular brand of handgun. The bill wouldn't criminalize Glocks already legally purchased by Californians, nor would it apply to law enforcement who more often than not carry Glock brand service firearms. And those are your bullet points. I'm Eben Brown, Fox News.
Extra 106.3 is live on your ride home with the Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder from 3 to 6 p.m.
Apparently, somebody told me that site you guys know, Pornhub or whatever that
Xvideo? Pornhub?
I forgot what the name of it is now requiring people to sign up.
What name are you using?
I've not signed up for anything in that area. I'm afraid.
What's your username going to be?
I don't have a user.
The Kimmer Show on Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra app. The Kimmer Show is live on your ride home on WFOM and W292 EV Marietta on Dickey Broadcasting Station, Extra 106.3.
He drove cross country. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. The man who shot up an office building in Midtown Manhattan, New York City, killing 4. Fox's Alexis McAdams outside the building where it happened.
This gunman, armed with an AR-15, literally pulls up here right near Park Avenue, jumps out of his BMW, walks up those steps behind me, and enters the lobby. That's when they say he pulled out that weapon, shot and killed an NYPD officer, and shot 3 other people, then went upstairs and opened fire as well.
He shot and killed another person on the 33rd floor, where that gunman then shot himself in the chest and died.
27-year-old Shane Tamura. Investigators say drove for days, came all the way from Nevada. He lived near the Las Vegas area, shows up here in New York City with a plan.
He reportedly left behind a suicide note and had a history of mental illness. One of those shot in the lobby survived, an employee of the NFL, which has offices in the building. There was also a shooting outside a casino in Reno, Nevada. A man opened fire in the valet parking area.
In total, 6 victims were shot. 3 of them are now deceased.
Sparks Police Chief Chris Crawford. The gunman was shot by police and is in critical condition. They don't know his motive. President Trump's out playing golf in Scotland at the new Trump course he just opened in Aberdeen. Then the president said he'll end his 5-day trip and fly back to Washington to deal with different world conflicts.
That's much more important than playing golf. As much as I like it, it's much more important.
Now, one of the conflicts is in Ukraine, where new Russian attacks killed at least 22 people the day after the president shortened the deadline for Russia to agree to a ceasefire to 10 to 12 days, or else the U.S. will impose new economic sanctions.
Former Russian President Dmitry Medvedev is warning against ultimatums, saying the president should remember 2 things. He says Russia isn't Israel or even Iran. Each new ultimatum is a threat and a step towards war, not between Russia and Ukraine, but with his own country. Don't go down the Sleepy Joe road, appearing to refer to former President Joe Biden.
That's Fox's Madeline Rivera. America's listening to Fox News.
Most people have no idea there's an invisible gap in their home's protection. This invisible threat is house stealing. Con artists pick a house. They transfer the deed of this house into their name by obtaining the forms, using the fake IDs, and filing the paperwork with proper authorities. Now they own the home. Protect your home from this invisible gap. Check on your home's title right now at HomeTitleLock.com. Be sure to use promo code RADIO, and they will send you a complete title scan of your home's title. And your first 30 days of triple lock title protection is free. HomeTitleLock.com.
Quiet down. Here she comes. Surprise! Your accountant just emailed to say your quarterly taxes are way higher than you were expecting.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Also, your favorite employee is leaving. They're going to pursue their dream of being a veterinarian.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
You may have seen the Bortz billboard all across town. Let everyone know Bortz is back and his new home is Extra 106.3.
Little programming note, Neil Bortz will not join us this morning at 7:25. He normally does, but he is out of town and the Wi-Fi is spotty. It just, he's not going to be able to connect with us. So we're going to push Neil, and he will join us next week. He tells me for an hour to make up for it at 7:25 next Tuesday.
What could possibly be happening for that entire hour? I have no idea.
No clue. He's in town. I knew he was coming to town, and I even shot him a note a couple weeks ago when he said, "Hey, I'm going to be in Atlanta.
Why don't you come on in?"
I said, "That's exactly." He's like, "You're welcome to come out. We'd love to have you." And he was like, "Well, that's the plan." I was like, "Right on."
Okay.
Not much more, not a lot of detail on top of that, but
I wonder if DD is taking him to lunch or something.
I don't know. That's a great question. I don't know the answer. I would assume the answer is yes, but I guess we'll find out. But we'll just ask him.
We'll just have to ask if we can tag along.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. They ain't gonna take us.
No, I know.
What's he talking about? They're going to some fancy restaurant.
Yeah.
Where the steaks are $200.
You can't even pronounce what's half the menu.
Exactly. There's no way.
Yeah.
They're like, The hillbilly definitely ain't coming.
I was going to say, those two, no chance.
Which I get.
I mean, Jerry's got a better chance because at least he looks the part.
Yeah,
he looks like one of our sales guys. Like he plays a lot of golf.
Yeah, right.
Put on a collared shirt for a day.
Yeah, there you go. Got it on today.
The Brewers are in town, so those real Primo's seats down there.
Yeah. Oh, Neil, maybe. Oh, that's not a bad observation there. Mm-hmm. Maybe he could be sitting down in those fancy seats.
I went collar too.
Look at you. You did.
Yeah.
What's wrong?
I know.
Do you have a job interview? What's happening?
Tom's coming in. Honest car guy. We're knocking out some work.
So you had to look the part.
Have to look a little bit more of the part today. So we went with the golf shorts and the collared shirt.
I need to ask you something about that. Remind me about that.
Okay. We'll get
to market for a vehicle.
Oh, you know what? Now, I know where this is headed.
Yes.
I actually know where this is headed.
I know who to call.
Yes, that's right.
Trust me, this is that entire process as I sat through it with Tom, and I just went, so they tack on a fee there? He's like, oh, yeah. I was like, and they tack on a fee there? Yeah. I was like, what about here? Oh, no, you'll tack on a fee there. He's like, that's how we make all of our money when he was
working at dealerships.
Running dealerships.
And then now on his
own, he's like, we don't have that now.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, that works for me.
Here's the car. Here's the price. Here's the honest car guy fee.
And that's it.
Done.
So the issue is I've gotten the Mustang back from when the guy backed into me right out here at the stop sign. Mustang's back. Mustang's great. Everything's good with that. But it's not a daily driver car. And my daily driver, the old beat-up hoopty Mazda, that thing's dead. It's dead now. Didn't have air conditioning to begin with. Now the starter's out. This thing's been a money pit. It's an 09. It's got 230,000 miles on it. I need another hoopty.
Okay.
So the honest car guy fee may end up being more than what the car costs, but I'm okay with that.
That's funny.
As long as it's a good deal.
I think it'll be funny when you make the phone call, or he'll be up here later and just say, I need another beater. Like, I need an everyday car that I'm putting a ton of miles on.
I'm looking for like a 2005 Ford Ranger.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm telling you just come up with, it doesn't matter where it is. If it exists out in the country, he'll have here's your options. Here's like the 5 of them I found for you.
Love it.
And he goes through and combs through cars and auction sites. I mean, there's 1,000 places these people get cars from.
Yeah.
And it's the same places that dealerships get cars from. That's the thing that I don't think people realize.
Yeah, it's all still the same system.
Yeah.
And so when your dealer, when you go through them and you say, hey, I'm looking for this vehicle, by the time it finds its way to you, it's all of the crazy dealership fees that have been thrown on there. So
I need a vehicle that Carlos would not put his daughters in.
Listen, I'm not going crazy about this. I've been looking at, I'm not going beater, but I am kind of looking at that happy medium because we live now 2.5, 3 miles from the school. She's going to be driving 6 miles a day.
Yeah, so you're not looking for that really nice Mercedes on the front of that.
No, but if the car has like 70,000 miles on it, I'm okay with that because by the time she gets done with high school, she'll have put on like 15,000 miles, 10,000 miles
at best.
Yeah, it will not be a problem.
And can I ask you a question about this?
Yes.
Is she excited about driving? Because I hear from people like my sister's friends. My nephew's about to be 15, getting his learner's permit. A lot of them say that the kids are not interested in driving.
It's not the same.
They just want to Uber everywhere.
It's not the same. When we all were growing up, it was, wow, that's freedom. Like, here comes this freedom.
It started with the bicycle and it morphed into the car.
And it morphed into the car. There are those that get to 16, 17, 18, and they're more than comfortable with just the Uber or going to college somewhere where they don't have to drive. And it's not a huge factor for them. It's freedom is at the end of their thumb with their phone.
Yeah. So weird to think about.
And quite honestly, if they're just going around the area, a $10, $15 Uber ride versus hey, we had to buy them a $20,000 car.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're not really that upset about that.
And they're just fine with catching a ride with buds that are driving.
Yeah.
It was weird. Jacob, he was looking forward to driving. He was. The learning process was a little challenging. At first, he didn't like me in the car to teach him. And then he didn't like his mom in the car to teach him. And then he went back to me, and it was just, and then finally we just said, okay, and got him driving lessons.
That's what we're going to do, driver's ed.
And let me tell you, that changed everything.
Yeah.
I think it was just not having your parents guide you in something finally.
We'll do, and I tell my daughter like little things all the time. Like when we're just driving, and I will give her little tips about a handful of things here and there. And it's interesting. She does pay attention to it. The funny part was last week, she had an instant moment like I do. I don't remember, somebody pulled out, they did some stupid maneuver, and before I could say anything, she just goes, "That guy's an idiot."
That's my girl.
I've told her for years. I go, assume everyone around you is a mouth breather and can barely function above idiotic.
That's defensive driving.
That's defensive driving. Assume everyone around you has no idea what they're doing.
Which is what they tell you in those driving classes, which have been told your whole life. But if you're looking for a car, honestcarguy.com. This is going swimmingly well.
We'll see it. We'll see up here later, Tom.
That's exactly right. I don't know that this surprises me, to be honest. Because I remember when we were talking about, okay, we're going to. It looks like that Donald Trump is about to pull the trigger and bomb Iran, and you're thinking, oh my God, there's that little bit of PTSD you have because of everybody has said World War III is on the brink and Donald Trump's going to cause it.
Tug got up that morning, gets into the office, and he goes, "Uh-oh, we're moving a carrier group into the region." and I was like, so what does that tell you? Obviously, Tug, 4 years in the Navy. Immediately, Tug goes, if we move into a region, it's because we're going to have an operation.
There's something going on, and then you start seeing all the movement of aircraft. And then they were moving people out of embassies, and you're like, what? This just doesn't look real good. But it didn't matter. It didn't matter at all. Trump's numbers on foreign policy since he bombed Iran, which was a swimming success. Remember the Democrats, they told you, oh my gosh, we didn't get it all.
He said that he wasn't going to be involved in wars.
But then when he did it, they even said he didn't do a good enough job. Remember, it was, well, we're not even sure that they even hit that thing the way they're supposed to.
At one point, there was an influencer. I don't know why that just continues to be in my head. Like it's now become a term.
That's so silly.
On X, who pointed out, look, here's the site, and there doesn't seem to be like any kind of explosions or anything else. They're like, moron. It was dropped into these areas. See all the cement that is all around the exits? That's because it blew up from the inside out.
What the heck does that say? You're going to need a big shovel to get any of that uranium.
That's exactly right. Harry Enton, you'll hear him. I want you to listen for his liberal bias as he delivers what he thinks is bad news. But at least I'll give him credit for telling the truth. He does tell the truth about the numbers, about Donald Trump's approval on his foreign policy, but listen to the bias he delivers it with.
This one was a surprising one to me, given everything that's going on in Russia, what happened in Iran, what happened in Gaza. But the bottom line is Democrats in the American voters' minds cannot hack it. What are we talking about? Party trust to more on foreign policy. Well, the GOP holds an average 6-point lead in the month of July. Look at this. Fox News came out last week, plus 3 points for Republicans on foreign policy over the Democrats. You think that number is not high enough for you? How about the Wall Street Journal? GOP plus 8 points when they match congressional Democrats up against congressional Republicans. The bottom line is this. Despite everything that's going on in the world right now, Republicans are more trusted on Democrats when it comes to foreign policy and the world at large.
How has this changed, or how does this compare to during the campaign?
Yeah, again, this to me was a surprising number since Donald Trump said he'd come in and broker all these peace deals. And while he's brokered some, he hasn't obviously brokered one between Ukraine and Russia and obviously the situation in Gaza. But take a look here. Trust more in foreign policy. You go back to 2024. Trump had a 6-point advantage over Kamala Harris. Again, look at the average right now. It hasn't moved despite everything that's going on in the world. You see Republicans plus 6 points here.
See, that's the thing. Listen to the way he delivers it. Yes, everything's trending in Donald Trump's direction. Yes, the numbers continue to be his friend, and everybody is supportive of what he's doing. But look at all the things that he points out. Iran, bombing, Gaza. He knows that is a buzzword for the left. Gaza. As if Donald Trump has any control over what Hamas does to steal humanitarian aid from the Gazan people, from the Palestinian people. As if he has any control over that. But he has to hit the buzzwords.
All right, let's do the quick math on this. So you've had 6 armed conflicts that Donald Trump has either negotiated a peace or a ceasefire with in 6 months. 6. All of them were going on during the Biden administration. 6 in 6 months.
What was the one last weekend? It was Thailand and...
Sorry, didn't mean
that.
No, you're right. I'll look it up. I'll get it.
But 6. That's where you're at. Now, Joe Biden, when it came to foreign policy, like, what was the big foreign policy win for Joe Biden?
I don't recall one.
Exactly. I mean, we could always go back to, okay, so their big victory they were looking to do was to get out of Afghanistan.
Disaster.
Which was disaster. That was what they were going to fly the flag on. Look how we got out of Afghanistan with honor.
Which is what Donald Trump said he was going to do to begin with. They did nothing but take Donald Trump's idea and then ruin it.
Yes, they accelerated all of it. So that if you don't recall, they had such a bad time with that. That's what then led them to the next month when they got into September, the whole, you either take this shot or we're out of patience. Because they had to look strong because of what happened in Afghanistan. Mm-hmm. So one ends up begetting the other. But if you're telling me that within 6 months, this is what this man has done, and at least has, they've got to go to Turkey to do it, and it's hit and miss, but at least he has the Russians and the Ukrainians at least getting to the table in Turkey and talking. That never happened under Joe Biden. In fact, the biggest boondoggle was, let's send stuff there, and it'll find its way back here after it gets laundered. That's all the Democrats cared for when it came to Ukraine. They made you all wear the flags and fly the flags on your social media. Meanwhile, they're sitting back going, look how much money we're making out of this thing.
And if you look at what's happening in Ukraine right now, you see Zelensky reeling back corruption laws. Why would he do that, do you suppose? Because he's as corrupt as they possibly can be.
It was always known as the most corrupt country in Europe.
Dude, and the fact the only reason he's changing course now is because he's getting the pressure of the Trump administration and say, dude, you can't do that.
Well, he's also getting it from internally. You now
people
the people in that country are now starting to protest because they recognize we want out of this war. What are y'all doing proliferating this thing?
But,
why are you keeping it moving?
They would put down the protest of the people. You know what I mean? It's the Trump thumb on the scale that really moves the needle with them because that's where all the dollars come from. That's all the weapons that where all they're coming from.
So when there is a piece there, and that's then number 7, and we'll say 7 or 8 months, what then?
Yeah.
You know, what's the next foreign policy issue where you go, man, is Harry Etten's putting it forth? I can't believe that Trump is seen like this in comparison to the Democrats.
But isn't that a thing, though? Isn't that the thing when he shows his bias? Even as he's delivering the good news, he has to make sure that he can put his thumb on the scale a little bit. Hey, know that I see what you see and I believe what you believe, that Donald Trump is terrible, but these numbers are really good. But how do we season it to make sure that your ears perk up? He brings up Iran, he brings up Gaza, he brings up Russia, Ukraine, knowing that the Democrats still to this day, they talk about, my Aunt Peg said he was going to end that war in 24 hours. That's the thing. That's where Harry Enton's going, I know who's listening to my show. Even though I have to give them this bad news, let me make sure I season it right with the news that they'll like.
I hadn't thought about this until just this moment, as you were talking about Aunt Peg and what Harry Enton's having to do and who he's having to speak to. I think I know what the Democrats, the socialists, the communists, the news media does really well. I think I figured it out because it's not really foreign policy. And it's not even really domestic policy. I think they're really good at making people that are a little mentally ill or a lot mentally ill feel a little bit better.
That's exactly right, dude. Mine was just calling it seasoning. That's exactly what they're doing.
I mean, if you're somebody who has bought into a victimization mentality, all right, I don't think you're mentally ill. I do think that you've bought into a level of propaganda. These people exist to make you feel better. But they demand your vote for power. But that's it. What else do they do for you?
Nothing.
Did they drop your taxes?
Nope.
Did they keep you out of foreign conflicts?
Did they tell you the truth?
Did they keep illegals from entering into your neighborhoods and into your cities? No. Did they clean up the environment? No.
They yell about it a lot and do nothing.
What exactly did they do to make you feel better about your mental illness?
Dude, speaking of that, they do nothing.
They do nothing.
The answer is nothing.
They just tell you, we're going to take care of you. You know what? If you're a lady man, you can compete against women, and you're like, finally, yes.
Yes, finally, they see me for who I am. And it's funny you bring up the environmental thing because Donald Trump went off about the windmills.
Yes.
Which is super funny and a little off topic, but I think it goes along with what you're saying. Windmills, the most expensive form of power. Then when they're done in 15 years, 10 years, whatever the lifespan of them, Most of them are buried into the ground, and now they're saying, well, we can't even do that. We can't bury them anymore. What are we going to do with these monstrosities that are not good for the environment? So they've told you that the windmills are great.
I did watch a documentary where they showed where the windmills end up. It's just a scrapyard of just crap that they don't know what to do with.
Do a quick Google search, you'll find it, or maybe on X.
It's awful. If you ever heard the audio, and I think we've even got a chance to play it. If you ever just want to search it just so you can enjoy it, Billy Bob Thornton in Landman, when he starts explaining the windmill versus oil and gasoline.
Yes.
And when he runs down like what it costs and what it means to put one of those things up, and you go, so we're pretty much just doing it for show? Like, pretty much just doing it for show.
That's exactly what we're doing.
To make it look like I care.
And to make it look like I care. But you know what? Those people on CNN, they're going to feed that to Aunt Peg. They're going to feed that to Uncle Chip. They're going to feed that to anybody that will listen or that needs it for their sanity.
Yes.
That's it. They'll continue to push it.
This is what they're good at.
Seasoning it. Seasoning the information. God, love it.
Then they're shocked when, it turns out the Republicans are trusted more on foreign policy.
What?
Probably on domestic policy, too. Probably on policy all the way around right now. And by the way, that's because of this administration that's a lot bigger tent than what we've had. Previous Republican administrations, I would even point out and go, I don't know about that.
That's the difference between Republican and Trump.
They're different. They're different matters entirely right now.
Completely different. When we continue on Extra 106.3, the Democrats are actively rooting against you. Next on Extra.
The Extra 106.3 app is your live connection to the station, streaming free across Georgia. But it's also loaded with all our original shows and podcasts. Listen to exclusive shows from Janelle King, Ben Burnett, and so many more. Grab the Extra 106.3 app now and start streaming.
The summer's got you thinking about hitting the road. And with back to school right around the corner, you need a vehicle built for the road and safe enough for the family. And Subaru of Gwinnett has it for you. Like the 2025 Subaru Outback, which will take you as far as you want to explore with standard symmetrical all-wheel drive, plus up to 32 miles per gallon. And if you're up for adventure, it'll get you off the beaten path with up to 9.5 inches of ground clearance, more than the Honda CR-V or Toyota RAV4. Or the 2025 Subaru Forester, the SUV for all you love. It's the right-sized SUV for all the adventures ahead, with a spacious and comfortable interior for everyone you want to bring along. And no matter where adventure takes you, it starts on Satellite Boulevard in Duluth with the amazing staff at Subaru of Gwinnett. They'll help you find the Subaru that you'll love and be there every step of the way for everything you need. Start your shopping online at SubaruofGwinnett.com.
Retirement components look different for everyone because everyone is unique, but there are major components everyone needs in their retirement. So, Coach Pete, what are things that need to be covered with everyone?
The four main things we go over: retirement planning. Everyone needs a retirement plan. We're all going to retire eventually. We need to make sure our money's waiting for us when we get there instead of us waiting for our money. And then we need asset allocation and investment guidance. In other words, where is your money? Why is it there? And should it stay there? Or when do we move it around every now and then? Or should we move it? Is it a good time to move it now? Then tax planning. Nothing in writing that says you have to overpay. When you're in retirement, you want taxes in your favor, not against you. And then estate, succession, legacy planning.
For a complete retirement review, comprehensive and customized, call Coach Pete's local trusted advisor, Craig Chandler of Chandler Wealth Management. 800-419-6164. 800-419-6164. Again, 800-419-6164.
It's July 29th, and this is your Fox Daily Snapshot. Today is National Chicken Wing Day. Also known as Buffalo Wings, the city of Buffalo, New York proclaimed this date as the town lays claim to making the tasty snack famous. Chicken wings are a staple of tailgates or Super Bowl parties, and competitive eating contests have seen the appetizer down by the hundreds. So whether you like your wings breaded or plain, spicy or in barbecue sauce, just remember the blue cheese. Also on this date, in 1954, The Fellowship of the Ring by author J.R.R. Tolkien was published in London. It would be the first volume of the Lord of the Rings trilogy. And in 1965, the Beatles movie Help premiered in London. Queen Elizabeth attended the performance. If it's your birthday today, you share it with American investor and entrepreneur Charles Schwab. born in 1937. I'm Tushar Saxena, and that's your Fox Daily Snapshot.
The Dean's List with Janice Dean.
A classmate who saved a former Major League Baseball player's life 20 years after they graduated makes today's Dean's List. Stephen Register, who played for the Colorado Rockies and the Philadelphia Phillies from 2008 to 2009, was diagnosed with colon cancer, and it had spread to his liver. Stephen has been through many surgeries and rounds of chemo, and then he was told he needed a liver transplant to save his life. He didn't have a lot of time, and a miracle happened when Kristen Johnson, a former high school classmate, saw a Facebook post looking for a donor. Kristen knew she had to help. After confirming she had the same blood type as Stephen, she donated a portion of her liver. This gift has reunited Stephen and Kristen, and their families are in touch as they prepare for the surgery. Stephen says he has hopes for the future thanks to his friend, and once he gets all the cancer out, he hopes to be in remission. Stephen, we're praying for you. Janice Dean, Fox News.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your Georgia headlines for Tuesday, July 29th. The Marietta Police Department is inviting residents and business owners to take part in a free 10-week Citizen Police Academy. The course will give participants access to various police teams, including K-9 and SWAT, allowing citizens direct access to officers and to learn about the inner workings of the department. The academy will meet once a week and is open to 30 participants who live in or own a business in the city of Marietta. 2 of Georgia's universities are leading the way in Alzheimer's research. Emory University is breaking ground with new treatments that use antibodies to slow down and potentially reverse symptoms in early Alzheimer's cases. At Kennesaw State's X Lab, professors and students are using supercomputers to simulate various drugs for treatment. Researchers say running simulations of how the drugs behave saves time and costs in the lab, which helps push research forward more efficiently. And Atlanta police arrested a man accused of a bizarre bank robbery attempt. Authorities say the 40-year-old man entered the PNC Bank on Monroe Drive with a fake hand grenade, demanded $40,000, and fled the scene on a Lime scooter. He was taken into custody on Friday. Today's weather, the heat continues with temperatures in the high 90s. It'll feel like it's over 100 in some areas. Scattered thunderstorms this evening. With your headlines, I'm Jerry Payne for Extra 106.3.
7 o'clock hour is brought to you by Van Sant Law Group. If you're in an accident, make the right call. VanSantLaw.com. Tug and Los until 10 here on Extra 106.3. It's something I brought up yesterday, but I feel like it deserves more attention. The Democrats and the insane left, the mainstream media, are so mad that Trump is winning at the rate that he is. They can't stand it. And you have to remember, when they're pulling against Donald Trump, they're actually pulling against you. Don't let that be lost in the conversation. Because Donald Trump's goal is to create an environment so your family can be successful economically. You can have a better tax situation. You can have better health care. Everything he's doing is to better the life of the American people.
Some of them, when it comes to the other side, are always doing the whole, like, Nazi. And you're like, okay, that's not really what that is. Fascist. It's like, no, that's definitely not what it is either. Some of the real enlightened ones, the ones that are on it, will call you, well, look at the nationalism he's bringing on. Mm-hmm. And they've said that like it's a bad word. And as I pointed out, the 2 biggest nationalists in this entire world right now are Trump and Putin. Now, they're completely different the way that they're going about their business. Of course. But the world wants to smash them both.
Right. Yeah.
And especially in this country, nationalism, the interest of yours and yours first and foremost, has been turned into a bad word somehow. That's why I'm like aggressive nationalism.
Without a doubt. It's happened the same way in Europe. Those globalists, those same globalists who want Europe. I mean, when those people in, let's say, Ireland are dealing with some of the immigrants from North Africa and the Middle East, and there's the Islamicization, I don't know if I'm saying that right. You know what I mean? Of Europe, but specifically Ireland. And when these people speak out, there's an article I was reading over the weekend, and they speak out about it, and their own government comes after them and says that they are awful for even noticing that there's a change in the makeup of the of Ireland.
And there's a mentality here that you can point it out to people, but it is something you should recognize. When you hear Japanese, like Japan for the Japanese, there's nothing about that you go, oh, that's racist. But when the Irish say, Ireland for the Irish, They're like, well, y'all are far too white to be saying that.
That's right.
And that's the difference.
That's right.
It's a crazy mentality that gets visited upon them. There has been, and I don't know if this is just, I know it definitely shows up in this country where everything white is bad.
Right. Sydney Sweeney.
Yes.
Horrible.
Everything, we'll get into some more of that too, but everything white is terrible. Everything white is bad. And it's a mentality that the left has pushed.
It's Marxism. That's what it is.
Yes. But the globalist agenda has incorporated so much of that to where Europe feels bad for being wealthy. So they're globalists. They're like, come on in, that's fine. And yet European society is eroding in a way where I don't think if we go through a generation or two, you'll recognize it.
No, look, if we go through a generation or two on
like
the same path, it's done and over with. It's cooked. And you look at the people that talk about this and encourage this, they live behind gated communities. They don't got to deal with it. All they deal with is, we're in charge, we will do what we want to do, and peasant, you will accept it. And if you look back or talk back, we're going to call you every name in the book. We're going to arrest you for posting memes. We're going to arrest you for going to church. We're going to arrest you for anything that we deem negative, and pretty much anything to do with individuality and the makeup of the nation as it's known traditionally is bad.
This is the number I saw. This was Charlie Kirk, and he was there with, who was he interviewing with? Tucker Carlson. That's what I saw over the weekend. And they had a note about how much that even a very metropolitan area like London has changed. Now, you can say that this is good or bad, but here's just the numbers. All right, London, when we were in the 1920s, was 95% white. Now, I think you're taught, okay, that's too much. Oh my God, what's the problem?
Yes.
Okay, now it's 29%. All right, the makeup, the look of London has changed
completely. And
the problem is that when you look at the crime rates of what's going on there, and you look at the change as far as Sharia law suddenly finding its way into different neighborhoods, and when you look at some of the stories about how the police don't go into certain areas because now it's controlled by these factions, that is not progressive at all in terms of like the actual progress of a society.
No, it's the exact opposite, because they don't care about the traditions of Europe.
No.
They don't care about even the old buildings that you and I would go see on vacation because they've been there for 2,000 years.
No, but if you were telling me, hey, it's the demographics have changed and now it's a 70% white city and 30% everybody else, you'd go, okay, then it's probably still going to have some of the traditions that it used to be. But when it's 30%, 29% of who has lived there traditionally are only ones living there, and now it's backfilled by 71%. This is that idea when we would bring up replacement theory. It was about creating a new society that was dependent on government. And most of them were all from having to come from the third world.
Right.
It wasn't about taking my job or your job.
It's about power and money.
How do I enrich myself and make sure that these people are always dependent on me? We bring in a new subservient class.
It's what it always is, man. And that's why I believe the Europeans, they love Donald Trump. When he was in Scotland, I want you to listen to some of these European folks talking about Donald Trump. And then the news media is not going to point these out. They're not going to tell you. They're going to tell you Trump is a fascist dictator.
You got to go to X to find this stuff.
Listen to the real people of Europe.
I'm really excited to catch a glimpse of the President of the United States. I think I really admire what he does for the US. He really is backing and standing up for his people and what's right for his country. So I only hope our Prime Minister could take a little bit of advice or inspiration from him.
And we're just super excited to get a glimpse of him today, and we'd be even more excited to get to meet him.
I've traveled to Scotland from Germany in order to record President Trump's motorcades. So far I've been to Turnberry a few days ago, and now I'm here in Aberdeen.
Ever since there's been the fake Russia hoax, the assassination attempt from last year, all the kangaroo court hearings, all of these things, they've just made me double down on the man himself, the resilience that he has as a character.
We're all Trump supporters. A lot of the media reports that all Scotland hates Trump, and not the case. We think the majority of people are for Trump.
Not the case with his thick accent. But the fact that they knew about the hoax, they knew about the kangaroo courts, the fake felonies, they knew it all. And I thought what the one lady said was really telling. Trump does what's right for his country, and I hope our prime minister takes some inspiration and does what is right for our country.
Nationalism.
Imagine that.
Imagine that. He is a beacon for nationalism, which is a big pushback to the World Economic Forum, what is going on through the rest of these countries. There are people that, again, you welcome immigration when done legally, when done the right way, when people want to assimilate to your culture. That's what you're looking for. When you don't have any interest in that and it's just the floodgates are open, come on in, now it's just an invasion. And so I'm sure that when we're talking about Scotland, it's probably not on the same level that some of these other countries are dealing with it, but they see it coming. They see what's happening.
It's happened everywhere else. What is preventing it from happening there? Nothing. And that's why I think they're interested in Donald Trump. And it just tells you more and more that he's on the right path. He's on the path that most people in the world, not just in America, feel is the right one. It's okay to love your home. I can't imagine having that mentality that I hate the place that I live, that I was born and raised. Like, that never enters my conscious mind. Do I see flaws? Do I see imperfection? Absolutely. I see it everywhere. And sometimes the beauty is in the imperfection. I mean, that's what the good book tells you. Totally different story, different direction, but I believe that there's plenty of imperfections that have made America great too.
See, I can always point out the flaws, the issues we had.
Same.
I mean, the founding of this country was always going to be extremely difficult because culturally we had, essentially, I know everyone wants to point out we had like 2 different societies. No, we had a multitude of different societies. We were having like 4 or 5 different factions within one colony trying to figure out how to make one nation. It was very difficult to do. And so while the other people want to focus on slavery, well, there's a lot more than just that. This is how they had to come up with how they were going to do this. What you run into is the devout communist will point out that always as this country was founded out of evil and so it doesn't deserve to exist. Well, what should be in its place? Well, we'll just tear it down and we'll see what comes next.
Well, something will spring up.
And it's always with their idea of how they're going to get power.
That's right.
They never get into that portion of it.
No, but that's what it's always about.
It's always about.
That's
it's
right.
always about tear it down as a society. It was founded out of ruthlessness and evil, but so it doesn't deserve to exist. Okay, well, what does? I'll let you know once I'm running it.
Yeah, that's right. It'll be grand.
We got to read the bill before we know what's in it.
That's right.
Had that experience.
Right. But that's right back to the Axios article when they say, well, but the United States didn't give up anything. And they're physically upset. They're angry that Donald Trump got such a good deal for you, me, and this country.
You're not supposed to be special. You're not supposed to be unique. I mean, we've gone through this before, and I love it, and it was long explained, much better than I ever could by late, great Rush Limbaugh. American exceptionalism. You had people like Barack Obama who never understood it. Tell everybody, well, what's exceptional about us? We're just like everybody else. It's like, no, we're not. Not that somehow because you were born here, you're somehow some more exceptional. We were founded on an exception.
The country is exceptional.
The idea that we were going to be the exception to ruled by kings and queens or dictators, with the monarchs, we were going to be founded by the people, for the people, run by the people. That was the idea. That was the exception to the rule. And so that's why we've always said American exceptionalism. This is what it created. It created the single greatest economy in the history of the world.
Lifted more people out of poverty than any other form of government ever.
And yet, you have the faction of people that go, well, not good enough. and their adherence to communist policy when they've never studied what happens everywhere in the world.
And if you look at what's happening across the country now with Democrats, they're saying we want to talk to younger voters specifically, especially about socialism, because they don't already have that preconceived notion about what socialism has done. That's the new talking point in the Democrat Party. How do we talk to people that are about 25 years and younger that have no idea, no experience of what socialism has caused? Like anybody over about 40 has a really good idea about it.
Where it is working, when I say not working in practice, what I mean by where the message is getting across. Obviously, liberal cat ladies, okay? Like they're unto itself. They're gone in their own special way. That's just what they're going to be. Liberal white cat ladies, good luck. If they got a nose ring or purple hair, you know where it's going. Bad tattoos, frumpy, you know where it's going.
Screaming.
Okay, so there's that. But the reason why I say where else it's working, I believe it is working with young people on the coast, big metropolitan cities, because they're not able to enjoy the American dream and they're looking to blame somebody. Why don't I own property? Why do I live in a one-bedroom apartment? Why am I having a hard time making ends meet? Why can't I vacation? Why did I go get a 4-year education, yet I can't pay for any of my bills? They're looking for someone to fix it. And the communist thrives in an environment where they say, you're the victim, I'll fix it for you.
They seize the opportunity to speak to those kids who have no experience in life. They have no idea what has come before them or what's ahead of them.
That's why you're shocked when you go, how could possibly you have young people in New York that are backing Mamdani the way that they are?
Because it sounds glorious.
Sure does.
It is so enticing.
And over history, it always has.
Yeah, right. And then if you look at it, if it sounds too good to be true, 99% of the time it is.
I would like to make a correction to that. If it sounds too good to be true, it's impossible.
It's impossible 100% of the time. Yes, exactly right. But it does every time.
Not just it's impossible.
Yeah, that's right.
It's not possible.
That's right.
It's never been proven to be possible.
That's exactly right. So true.
It's like, here's your bread line. Enjoy.
Yeah. And you will be there.
Here's your empty shelves. Enjoy.
But if you listen to all the revolutionaries, all the socialist leaders, all the communists over the years, they've all started with the same premise. It's going to be glorious. AOC still says it. America, if it crumbles down, something else wonderful will spring up out of it.
And I'll be here to lead it, and I'll fix it for you.
Exactly right.
I know you're a victim right now, but I will fix it. We will get back at your enemies.
That's right. We're going to fix their little red wagon. When we come back on Extra 106.3, senior CNN correspondent Jeff Zellini admits the obvious on the air for the world to see. Next on Extra.
The Morning Xtra on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3 FM.
Hey, good morning. It's Los. Let's talk about True Prep. First off, 1000 Cobb Parkway in Marietta, but outside of the physical building, go to trueprep.com. That's truprep.com. First off, you're going to notice some things on the website. It's going to look a lot like the store, it's just cool. All right. That's just what it is. I enjoy whenever I've been in there. I look into their freeze-dried food. If you're an outdoor enthusiast, water filtration devices, you got all of that cool stuff. But you're going to notice True Prep actually is a multi-pronged facility. Now, what's important about that? Well, you can have a multitude of things going on in there. For instance, hey, maybe you're looking into firearm safety. Maybe you're looking into that next gun. Or perhaps you have somebody in your family or a friend of yours that's looking into their first firearm. Well, True Prep, they'll sell it to you. And by the way, they do have on their website their used guns and gear as well. Also, their sales and clearance items. But there's something else they have in that facility. They have workshops. So not only do they help you find the right firearm, they can sell you the right firearm, but then they have workshops to help teach you about the safety of that firearm, which is great all the way around. For instance, had one of them in July. They have 2 more that are coming up because of the popular demand of these. August 3rd and August 24th. That is going to be the first-time buyers classes, the workshop. Again, the right gun for you, the purchasing, knowing how to do that legally and safely, and then how to store it, how to maintain it, and how to protect yourself when you're in your home or if you're out and about with that firearm. That's what True Prep offers you. So again, go check them out over at 1000 Cobb Parkway in Marietta or go to trueprep.com. That's truprep.com. Prepare today for a worry-free tomorrow with True Prep.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan, and driven to extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Here's sports headlines for Tuesday, July 29th. The Atlanta Braves losing streak is over as the team opened up their series in Kansas City with a 10-7 win last night over the Royals. Game 2 of 3 tonight. Newly acquired pitcher Eric Fetty will make his Braves debut. He'll be opposed by Seth Lugo. First pitch is set for 7:40. You can hear that game on our sister station's brand new app, 680 The Fan. MLB Hall of Famer Ryne Sandberg has passed away at the age of 65. Sandberg was previously diagnosed with prostate cancer, which returned after he was declared cancer-free last year. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Good morning, Mike. What you eating?
You gotta try this.
I can hear you crunching from the next cube over.
This is amazing. I just discovered it this weekend at Lidl. It's Greek Goddess Gourmet Granola. They were sampling it, so I tried it. Then I bought 6 bags.
Wow. Is it cereal?
Can be. Or an amazing trail mix. It's great for a meal or a snack.
What's in it?
Well, they have 2 flavors, maple oat and harvest nut, which is my favorite. It's made with whole grain oats, almonds, pecans, raisins, coconut, and the sweet taste of pure maple syrup. Maple oat is a simpler take on their delicious granola. It's got wholesome oats, plump raisins, coconut, and maple syrup.
That sounds healthy and delicious.
That's why I can't stop crunching, Susan.
Greek Goddess Gourmet Granola. It's a breakfast or on-the-go snack you can feel good about. It's dairy-free and gluten-free, and with only 2 grams of added sugar per serving, even your belly will love it. Pick some up at Lidl, Amazon, GreekGoddessGourmet.com, or at specialty stores near you.
This is Fox on Justice. The FBI says a total of 244 accused child sex offenders were arrested during a months-long operation known as Operation Soteria Shield. More than 70 law enforcement agencies across Texas teamed up together and rescued 109 children, mostly from North Texas. Officials say that's 109 stories that now have a different ending. One of the cases highlighted by officials involves Michael Huffman. He's charged with distributing and possession of child pornography. When agents got to his home in Fort Worth to execute a search warrant, they found him sitting in his driveway with a computer open with child porn on display. Now he faces 20 years behind bars. Officials say they uncovered these cases through different types of investigations, like cyber tips, chat-based undercover operations, and calls for service that led to child rescues. Brooke Taylor, Fox News.
Fox on Tech.
Polling from Fox News shows that more voters think AI is a bad thing for society than a good thing. When Fox asked voters what their first reaction is to AI without the aid of a list, 43% offered a negative response. That's up 8 points since 2023. The most common answers include that they fear it, with 15% reporting that, and that they distrust it, with 15% also reporting that. Only 3% of voters say that the possibility that AI will threaten their jobs is the first reaction they have to the emerging tech. But some business leaders are sounding the alarm, like Ford CEO Jim Farley at the Aspen Ideas Festival.
Artificial intelligence is going to replace literally half of all white-collar workers in the U.S.
So some workers are taking the approach to embrace artificial intelligence in order to not be left behind. With Fox on Tech, I'm Madison Allworth, Fox Business.
Your favorite Extra shows are streaming live video from the studio on Extra 106.3's YouTube channel. Subscribe to the Extra YouTube channel and get the Morning Extra and the Kimmer Show in live digital video.
Tug and Los until 10. Thank you for being here. 404-741-1230 at Extra 106.3 across the social media platforms.
Jerry and I didn't have any choice in the matter, but the audience does, so thank y'all. Because Jerry and I contractually have to be here.
That's right, yeah. Exactly.
And so do you. So
yeah, for sure.
We thank you for joining us.
See, and not even at the end of a gun. No, and nobody's forcing you.
No. I mean, you can flip it over to somewhere else, but don't do it.
No.
Don't do it. You will lose your privileges.
Well, if you want that 4-hour fanny pack.
That's right. We need to find somebody to partner with. 4-hour fanny pack, that's actually good. I like that.
Start giving away fanny packs.
Because those are coming back. As stupid as they look, they're coming back. And have you seen the dudes carrying the man purse thing lately? That's been really big lately, and I can't get behind it. I have to.
I don't mean to freak anybody out, but you know what the fanny pack is perfect for? Your firearm.
That's right.
It is at 100% perfect for your carry device.
Class 43 fits real nice in there.
That's right. Did Troop Pep start? Did they add fanny packs?
They haven't, but
they should.
But I keep hearing from my friends that do carry that the fanny pack is coming back with the crowd because it's a safe, easy, and very convenient way to have quick access if you happen to be that Marine who's at Walmart and you need quick access to a firearm to stop someone who's stabbing people.
Dude, I saw that guy's picture. I was so proud of him. I was hand salute, sir.
Yeah.
True prep. come through. We need this.
When you need a good guy with a gun, look for the guy with the fanny pack. Now, if he doesn't have a gun in there, okay.
Yeah, if he gets out bubble gum, you're screwed.
It's like, oh no.
But maybe that just means he got a holster from True Prep, and he's using the holster instead of the fanny. He wants to keep his gun there
inside the waistband.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
So he's got like tots in the fanny pack, but he's got a firearm on his hip.
Like Napoleon Dynamite.
Yeah,
stashing his tots.
What a strange combination. Jeff likes to carry in public, but he also has a fanny pack full of tots.
This is about being prepared. I'm going to have breakfast, and I can defend myself.
And
or lunch or dinner.
And the tot it's versatile.
It is.
You can have it anytime.
You can put it in a breakfast burrito. You can have it with your hamburgers.
Yeah.
And at dinner or at lunch. You're exactly
extremely versatile. The French fry, not quite as much versatility in the morning, lunch, dinner, clearly. The tot is for all times. It's, again, potato products, man. Potatoes you can have breakfast, lunch, dinner.
You go healthy. You can get a sweet potato tot. Air fry that thing.
Yep.
I don't like the sweet potatoes, y'all.
What?
Well,
it's a superfood.
Yeah.
I know.
It's very good for you.
Everybody loves it except me. I'm the odd man, and I recognize.
Why don't you just put some hot sauce or something on it? Sprinkle something that gives it a little kick.
Yeah, I've tried everything. I just don't enjoy the sweet potato. I don't enjoy at all. I don't like sweet potato fries.
Me and Los with our fanny packs
That's
full
right.
of sweet potato
fries. Exactly. I'll be starved to death. You told us you didn't like them.
Can we have a timeout? Can you take a timeout real quick?
Yeah, sure.
All right, this is Jerry. I wonder what else that everyone else likes that he doesn't. Because
beer, right?
Well,
sweet tea, apple pie, cinnamon. I mean, I could. You want me to keep going?
Can we keep going?
It's just because I take this abuse from my family all the time. Especially being a Southern man. They're like, sweet. You don't like sweet tea? You don't like apple pie? American is apple pie, and a Southern is sweet tea. You don't like either one of those.
So the last time I went to a movie, it was before we flew to Dallas. We had to kill some time, and so we went and saw the live action, whatever version of How to Train Your Dragon. And my wife and I decided we wanted to have an adult beverage before we went over to the airport and got on the plane. And I'm looking around and I go, oh, that's that like Mike's sweet tea. It's like rather than the hard lemonade, they also have a sweet tea version, and it comes in a big boy can. It was like 16 ounces.
Oh, like the Freebirds?
Like the Freebirds.
Okay.
I was like, I'm getting one of those, and so I'm just in there with my sweet tea with a little extra kick to it, thinking like, how much more Southern can you get right now?
No, not at all. I don't think you can. But I mean, do you consider Texas Southern? Because I always did.
It's a different kind of. It's
Texas is Texas. And I say that as somebody who grew up there, and like I remember when I told you guys about Six Flags over Texas, and you're like, what's an amusement park? I go, well, but it's a representation of the Six Flags that flew over Texas. Texas was its own nation at one point. So Texans look at themselves as, we exist in the South, but we're Texans.
Mm-hmm.
It's its own thing. It's not like when you refer to the Deep South, and you're like, okay, we're talking into
Georgia,
like
Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi.
Right, it's like that's the Deep South. Texas will never be the Deep South, even though it's more Southern. It's just Texas.
No, right. Yeah, but really, as a guy that didn't grow up in Texas, I've only been once to Houston, and that's been 15, 20 years ago now. I don't know why I always considered Texas part of the South, because I mean, geographically
it is.
It is, but it's west too, right? I don't know if it's that independent spirit that they have that resembles.
It's
very
also
Southern.
settled differently.
Yeah.
That's so many people that are Texans, they got there in, let's say, the 1850s, 1860s, whereas some people obviously in southern states can draw their roots back to founding of the country.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, my lineage it is like Heinz 57, man. Like I always think it's really cool when people can. You never heard Heinz 57?
I just expand on that.
Well, just Heinz 57. It's got a little bit of everything in there.
Okay, all right.
I always admired it when people could trace their roots back and they know exactly where their family comes from. Like Donald Trump, we found out that his mother's Scottish. Like he can track his roots back. Dude, mine looks like a 52-card deck that somebody just threw on the ground and went every which way.
Mine's the same way.
We are mutts. My family is a bunch of mutts.
I mean, Georgia as a colony was the 1730s.
No, I know. And it was a penal colony.
Yeah. So when you find out that great-great-great-great-great-great-granddad Cowart was, he got locked down, did something, and they sent him to the Georgia
drunk on bourbon again.
So they're like, that's my history.
Corn liquor.
That's right.
Whereas so much of Texas doesn't really have that outside of the people that were originally settled there that were considered Mexicans at the time. And then when it went to, then they were Texicans. They were like, I live in Texas. Here's what it is. And then the people that came into Texas to settle it, they ended up going, well, you know what? We really shouldn't. We don't want to be part of Mexico anymore.
Yeah, we're going to be our own thing. And then we're going to get drawn into this U.S. thing, but we're still fiercely independent. And I think that's the thing I admire the most.
They made the point. Fine, we'll join your country. We could have done this on our own.
We have.
We did.
We have done this on our own, but we're willing. We like what we see forming up there. Let's jump in. I think it's awesome, man. I need to spend more time in Texas. The guy that was best man at my wedding now lives outside of San Antonio. I don't know if I've told you that or not, but runs a trucking company with his brother. And, man, they kind of spend time between Jacksonville and Pensacola and San Antonio. Those are kind of the...
It basically had a 10-year run where it was its own country.
Yeah.
So, I would suggest Fort Worth, though. If you're going to go somewhere, go to the town of the cow.
Yeah.
Spend your time in
Seems
that
like
area.
it'd be inviting to a person like
I
me.
think you would enjoy the town of the cow quite much.
Yeah. And George Strait sings about it, too. Has Fort Worth ever crossed your mind? And it has a few times.
I don't even know if Neon Moon still exists over there.
The club?
Yeah.
I thought you looked it up that time. Was that not the one you looked up?
I think I tried to look up Neon Moon.
I thought it was still, but I
hope so.
You can fact check me, but I feel like you looked it up not too long ago when we had another Neon Moon discussion, and it was still there. It's like the one you grew up going to.
The only place that for some reason it's like grandfathered in. When everything else closes at 2, Neon Moon can stay open until 4.
That's just because they're ass kickers.
And people just start wandering over to Neon Moon. You're like, ooh.
What a night.
Bad news here.
It's been a tough night. We're all winding down at Neon Moon. That's the way to go, man.
I just think about my buddy Zach, who is my age, and we grew up on hip-hop and country music. And for his entire life, he thought when Kendrick Lamar had the song Be Humble that came out, he thought he was saying Neon Moon. It's just Neon Moon. Sit down.
How do you get that wrong?
Zach's character, man.
Yeah, that sounds like it.
Call in one day.
There you go. I hope so. When we continue on Extra 106.3, your vote does not count to Democrat activist judges, and they want you to know it. Next on the Morning Extra, Tug and Los until 10 on Extra 106.3.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
Well, I'm 3 time zones away, so I won't be getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning to do a commentary. This one is the night before, so let's chum the waters. First of all, climate change and all of this heat we've been experiencing. Let's go to the expert Al Gore to tell us what's going on. He's the one that told us that the polar ice cap would be gone during the summer within 5 to 7 years. This warning in 2009. Time's up. And this year, the Northwest Passage is experiencing its 3rd highest level of sea ice for the last 20 years. Now the heat. It's been hot in Florida. I'll give you that. Not unusual. A meteorologist in Tampa said it was all due to climate change. He said 90-degree days have doubled in Tampa. Well, according to official records, the average number of days reaching 95 degrees or higher in Florida has not increased since, are you ready for the date? 1895. Just saying, just bringing you the statistics. Let's go next to Michael Moore. Remember Roger and Me, one of America's most erudite liberals. Michael Moore has his panties in a wad because Trump is exporting or deporting illegal aliens. And he has now told us that Donald Trump might be deporting the illegal alien who could cure cancer or stop an asteroid. And to our government schools in Florida, the chairman of a county school board, Sarah Rockwell, discovered that Hulk Hogan had died. So on her social media account, she said, "Oh, did Hulk die? I didn't even know. Good, one less MAGA in the world." Chairman of a government school board. Have a great day. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
This is House Call for Health, a dubious distinction for Detroit, selected as the country's most stressed city, according to the American Psychological Association. The Motor City has the highest unemployment rate in the U.S. at nearly 11.5%, along with the lowest household income when factoring in the cost of living, just over $38,000 a year. Cleveland comes in second, due mostly to a higher average household income, just under $43,000 when adjusted for living costs. Cleveland also has the fourth highest rate of families falling behind on bills, the second highest foreclosure rate, and it leads the nation in divorces at over 41%. On the most stressed cities list, Baltimore's number 3, with the average rent for a 2-bedroom apartment consuming nearly 40% of household income, the third highest rental burden in America. For the record, the country's least stressed city right now, South Burlington, Vermont. For more health news, go to foxnewshealth.com. House Call for Health. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. The 8 a.m. hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air.
He had a history of mental health issues. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. The gunman who drove cross-country from Nevada, then walked into an office building in New York City last night and started shooting.
It was an M4 rifle, and we also found a revolver in the vehicle with ammunition and magazines.
Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch, he killed 4 people, including an officer.
Didaril Islam, he was shot and killed. He was only 36 years old, working off-duty security at this building. It was like a second job. It was a program through the NYPD to get extra hours and money. He was married with 2 little boys, and his wife is pregnant with their 3rd child.
Fox's Alexis McAdams outside the building on Park Avenue in Manhattan, where the gunman also killed himself.
The New York Post had some information this morning that we're trying to confirm as well, talking about how the gunman played football in high school and had struggled with CTE, reportedly leaving a note in his pocket inside. Could that be a motive? That is still the question.
Another person was wounded, and an executive with the NFL, which has offices in the building. 3 people were killed, 3 wounded in another shooting outside a Reno, Nevada casino. That gunman was shot by police and hospitalized. Russia launched new attacks on Ukraine, killing at least 22 people the day after President Trump shortened his deadline for Russia to stop the war or face new economic sanctions.
The word from the Kremlin and Dmitry Medvedev is ominous. Quote, he should remember 2 things. 1, Russia isn't Israel or even Iran. 2, each new ultimatum is a threat and a step towards war. Not between Russia and Ukraine, but with his own country.
The president says Fox's Peter Ducey at the White House. The president's now out golfing at his new course in Scotland. He'll fly back to Washington later. This is going to be a really hot day. Advisories, Nebraska down to Florida, up to New Hampshire. Extreme heat warnings in some areas.
These are feels like, so it's the heat plus the humidity. 110, 111 in Savannah, 109 in Jackson, 110 in Memphis. So a lot of spots getting at least up to triple digits.
Meteorologist Adam Klotz. America's listening to Fox News.
Most people have no idea there's an invisible gap in their home's protection. This invisible threat is house stealing. Con artists pick a house. They transfer the deed of this house into their name by obtaining the forms, using the fake IDs, and filing the paperwork with proper authorities. Now they own the home. Protect your home from this invisible gap. Check on your home's title right now at HomeTitleLock.com. Be sure to use promo code RADIO, and they will send you a complete title scan of your home's title. And your first 30 days of triple lock title protection is free. HomeTitleLock.com.
Quiet down. Here she comes. Surprise! Your accountant just emailed to say your quarterly taxes are way higher than you were expecting.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Also, your favorite employee is leaving. They're going to pursue their dream of being a veterinarian.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
Support conservative conversation on the radio in Atlanta by emailing us at sales@xtra1063.com.
Tug and Los until 10 on the Morning Xtra. Thank you for being here. 404-741-1230 at Xtra 1063 across the social media platforms. You can find Los at Front Office Los, Jure at Whiskey Click. You can find me at Tug Cowards. This is the thing I think is the most irritating about judges and basically throwing up a roadblock for whatever Donald Trump's trying to do. Recently, it has been just executive orders. But now they're so emboldened, Los, that they're like, I don't care what you voted for. I don't care what the House and the Senate passed, and the president signed. I do not care. I don't like it, and I won't stand for it.
Talk about the encroachment that we have from one branch onto the other two. So if you missed it, like I said, the ruling was that the getting rid of Planned Parenthood, not even getting rid, defunding it of public funds, well, that could create a scenario in which unwanted pregnancies go to term. All right. That was the argument.
Yeah.
That is what the judge went ahead and went with. Now, here's the problem, just as you stated, and I want to go through the numbers. You had a reconciliation bill, which is strictly about what you've decided you're going to fund moving forward. Remember, if we're talking a bill about changing major laws, well, that requires a different level of votes. That's 60 in the Senate. A reconciliation bill is just what we're funding, what we're not. Are we changing tax policy? Are we not? That's all it's dealing with. 220 votes in the House, 50 votes in the Senate, and a president who signed it. So now we're talking about it passing through two branches of government, the ones that are supposed to create the laws and who have the power of the purse, and the chief executive who is there to sign and then enforce that law. Yet you've had a judge that has encroached on both of them. This will never stand.
Of course it won't.
That's the crazy part about it. It's just that you, every single time that you do something, what it points out is many of these judges are activists, and many of them don't care about the Constitution. It's really about, what did I do to stop Trump? So I can claim that.
My badge of honor.
Yes.
You get to plug on a badge of honor, and crazy cat ladies like my dear Aunt Peg is sitting at home applauding and clapping, and she's so proud. Now, she's never thought to the point, like you're saying, this is never going to stand up. This is going to be overturned on appeal without a doubt, and they will appeal it immediately.
By the way, this is Judge Idira Talwani.
Yeah, appointed by Obama, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. Granted a preliminary injunction. This will never last. But again, this is a judge basically saying the law of the land is not the law of the land because I'm saying so.
Because I say so. Isn't that the most leftist way of thinking that you've ever seen in your whole life? That some leftists would be like, no, I don't care what the law says. What I say matters. That's the ultimate top-heavy government way of thinking that I've ever seen. But she's the hero to 19% of the country, 18% of the country.
Here's what the finding ended up reading. Patients are likely to suffer adverse health consequences where care is disrupted or unavailable. This is what she was writing about in her order on Monday. In particular, restricting members' ability to provide health care services threatens an increase unintended pregnancies and attendant complications because of reduced access to effective contraceptives and an increase in undiagnosed and untreated STIs. If this possibly causes for there to be less abortions, which is basically what this is really about, then that's an infringement and somehow is against the Constitution, where you will not find abortion anywhere in the Constitution. In fact, the reason why Roe versus Wade went back to the states is because the foundational reason why it was initially upheld was wrong. It was never part of our country's history. Matters of law that have to do with the founding of the country and go back to our country, to our origin, those are the ones where judges have a little bit of leeway to go, well, it's always been like this. And here's how it was intended.
Yeah, right.
So here's the precedent there. We never founded a country with abortion planned. So
right.
This judge, again, I did 1 year business law. How do I know this stuff?
Oh, she knows it too.
Because she's an activist.
Yes, that's exactly right. She knows it too. The thing that they can't stand to see is this list, Los. This list right here. And they're places from all the way from Vermont, Ohio, New York, Minnesota, Michigan, Iowa, Indiana, California. And those are Planned Parenthood abortion facilities closing across the country. That tweet makes them insane and makes that woman act the way she does.
And by the way, it's not that Planned Parenthood is being completely defunded. There is an allowance under Medicaid for a payment process. That is what has gone away. And to have Planned Parenthood apparently that dependent on that payment from Medicaid, from the government, that how many facilities are you looking at? Like 17 or 18?
Yeah, somewhere in there.
That many are going to have to close because they're no longer getting taxpayer dollars to give abortions out?
And the crazy thing is, there's just as many Christian parenthood facilities that are popping up that help mothers. Like there's one in Johns Creek that I love. It's called the Beacon of Hope. I've worked with them before. I've done concerts with them, as fundraisers. We did a thing where Jeff Foxworthy came in and did a stand-up routine. It's fantastic. Right before he did his new Netflix specials at the time, it was a few years ago. We raised a ton of money to help women who are in unexpected pregnancies be able to take care of their kid, whether clothing, food, all the things that are needed to take care of a kid. And the whole point is, we want to help guide you through this. We don't want you to make the worst decision about your child. And there's just as many of those popping up across the country as our Planned Parenthoods are closing. You never hear that news. You won't hear that on Fox News. You won't hear that on CNN. You won't hear that on MSNBC. None of them are talking about that.
So you have 17 or 18 facilities across the country that looks like they're going to close because of this decision, this lawmaking that got into effect on July 4th. The big, beautiful bill, it's going to defund this portion of Medicaid spending, and so 17 or 18 facilities. They have 600.
That's what I'm saying, man.
They're like, look at all these places. They have 600 facilities across the country.
That was meant, that tweet was meant to upset Aunt Peg.
Yes.
She'll be loud on social media talking about it.
I can't believe they're closing these 17, 18 facilities down. Well, there's 600.
I remember when the leak came out about Roe versus Wade that was coming. Dude, Aunt Peg happened to be at my house. I had to excuse myself from the room because she was going berserk, going bonkers.
I would actually love that.
Dude, talking about coat hangers and just all the most grotesque things you can think about in the world.
It's weird how they go to the lowest common denominator so quickly.
Immediately. Because that's what's going to get you to react.
And all these women are going to have to go to a back alley.
Dude.
It's like, yes, I know. Yeah,
I feel like you're a fly on the wall that day.
Read the law.
Dude, I'm telling you.
Every one of these states has a heartbeat bill. You're still protected to get an abortion. There's just, and again, for Aunt Pegs of the world, the original ruling for Roe versus Wade, you are closer now to that than you have been for the last 30 years. Because the original ruling for Roe versus Wade was that not only did the mother have an interest in that child, but so does the state. And so at a point which that child is viable and they decided it's going to be at the 6-month mark, the abortion was off limits unless there was some sort of medical issue, something that was risking the child's life or the mother's life from month 6 all the way to term. That was the law of the land until Planned Parenthood went ahead and got this in front of the Supreme Court in the early 90s, and then it became abortion on demand. So for the better part of 30 years, when Roe versus Wade and abortion had been fully legal in this country, it still had a restriction on late term.
They don't want to hear that.
Of course not. They don't want to do the research.
They don't want to know that. Even the people that know it, they would never repeat that out loud because it doesn't fit what they want done. Planned Parenthood it's been proven over and over, them harvesting baby parts, which is the grossest, most evil thing.
I use ghoulish whenever we talk about the stuff that they've been involved in. It's ghoulish stuff.
It is. And here's the other thing. Let's tie it back to a story that we started this morning with, the shooting in Manhattan. And everybody, because of that, you wait. As Lo said then, this is going to be a conversation about taking your guns. How do you tie that to Planned Parenthood? Planned Parenthood killed tens of millions more than guns in the United States have or ever will kill.
Oh, they're at 50 million.
That's what I'm saying, man. The people that are going after your guns because they killed too many people are just fine in the tens of millions, 50 million, whatever the number is, of innocent lives. And that's the thing that irritates the daylights out of me, is that those two should be talked about in the open, and neither one of them are because they don't match the narrative.
In the way that I believe that NPR should exist, it just shouldn't exist with my tax dollars.
That's right.
It's the same concept. PBS, I believe it should exist, but it needs to exist on its own. If you're going to create programming that is I will say this, it's lack of the middle of the road. It doesn't even pretend to be middle of the road. Then you need to exist without my tax dollars. And it's the same thing for Planned Parenthood. If I don't agree with it and it's not part of my lifestyle, why am I funding it?
You shouldn't be.
No, let it exist on its own. And if it can exist on its own,
that's right,
with the resources that it can create, with the fundraisers, I would love to see them get up and fundraise in the interest of how many abortions. And then when you start going about it in a public fashion, then you have to actually have like mission statements and things you're looking to do. And you'll recognize, wait a minute, so you're bonusing people based on how many abortions you give out?
That's ghoulish.
Yeah.
To use your word, that is ghoulish.
And whoever supports that will then let them use their money to do so. It just shouldn't be mine.
Bill Gates could fund all the Planned Parenthoods he wanted.
How about it?
And I'm exactly.
And good. I mean, I hope that they exist. And I hope that they maintain their existence.
I don't. I hope they go out. Every one of them goes out of business. But I hope Bill Gates spends his money. Put your money where your mouth is, pal. If you love PBS so much, fund it. I don't need to. If you love Planned Parenthood so much, fund it. I don't need to.
Right.
George Soros, where you at, man? Pony up.
Where's the money?
Put your money where your mouth is.
This is the wonderful aspect of what happened with USAID going away.
That's exactly right. All the funding left, too.
The money is drying up for these exercises.
You've been funding it for years and had no idea.
When you wonder, like, how did this ever grow in this country? It was because of you and me. That we unwittingly were the ones that were funding all this stuff. We funded our own demise in terms of the mentality of this country, the victimization hood of this country. We were the ones funding it. We didn't know. Now that we do, all right, we're going after it, and we've tried to eliminate as much as possible. So now all these organizations are looking around going, how are we going to make this work? But you got to do it on your own. If it's so popular, if we're in a country where it's 50-50, because I'm told that all the time.
No, it's not.
It's 50-50.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. Let's see how it goes. You pay for it on your own, all right? Like, I'm not asking you to pay for my house. I'm not asking you to send my kids to college. So don't ask me to pay for your stuff that you're interested in.
But that's the thing. They will. They don't care.
No, they will.
It never.
At least we've used, and instead of executive order, we've actually used the rule of law to defund and end these.
You mean we did it democratically, or
interestingly enough,
we did it through the law?
We actually had elected officials that went about this.
Imagine that.
Oh, so strange.
So you're telling me in D.C. it can be done?
Yes.
If you choose to do it.
Yes.
Almost like closing the border could be done. Didn't need a new law.
We already had the laws on the books to do it. It's just a matter of policy. Which ones you want to do to enforce, that's all.
It's very eye-opening to me today that we could do things through the process of government that was set up by the Founding Fathers and get it done if we have the will to get it done.
Tug, so we were trying to kind of throw this around. What is the left? What is the communist? What is the socialist? What are they really good at?
Power, taking power, finding ways to take power and making victims, using anything that you have begrudgingly against anyone as their weapon of choice.
And then their entire job from there is make the victims feel good about themselves, make the mentally ill feel good.
Right. Absolutely. Tell them exactly what they want to hear.
Grab a hold of power, tell them what they want to hear. Keep them under your thumb.
Don't ever provide anything. Tell them that you're going to provide everything.
Because when you do create success, then you get the real. Like, for instance, Senator Chuck Schumer.
Oh, my God, dude. You have to hear this. This dude unbelievably stands up in front of cameras and just lies to you, to your face. I feel...
This is how I know it's successful for us.
He must think that the internet doesn't exist. It's unbelievable. He says Trump is on the Epstein list and he did horrible things, but has zero evidence to back it up. It's a complete lie because you know and I know. If they would have had it, they would have used it in 2016. If they had forgotten then, we said this yesterday, if they would have just randomly forgotten in 2016, wow, we have all this evidence. Let's use it against Trump. Let's stay in power. Let's say they forgot it. 2020 rolls around. Let's use it then. Oh, but they forgot again. 2024, you're telling me they had all this information and never used it? Chuck Schumer says, yep.
Over the weekend, Donald Trump announced a new trade deal with the European Union. It will result in a $90 billion per year tax hike on American families. When you raise tariffs, the American families pay for it. $90 billion tax on American families in this tariff deal with the European Union. Donald Trump is, as usual, trying to hype up, exaggerate, and lie about his accomplishments. Donald Trump always lies, almost always lies about his accomplishments, and this is no exception.
It's crazy that he talks about Donald Trump the way he does. You see what this has done to your pocketbook. You see what this has done already. Consumer confidence is up. People are actually earning more. The inflation rate has come down, and it's time for the Fed to do the right thing and actually lower interest rates. But
meeting starts today, by the way.
Yeah, that's right.
Today and tomorrow.
That's right. And then not only that, jobs report's coming out. I think that's today. We'll see if our boy Chuck Schumer knows what he's talking about, because something tells me he does not.
This is the only response. We have seen this tariff policy been in place since April 1st, and I'm constantly told, here's where it's going to affect you, here's where you're going to feel it, here's where it's going to make stuff change in terms of cost, and it hasn't done any of it. There is not one item that I have purchased where I can go, wow, that totally changed. Now, granted, I buy American for the most part, but if I ever did not choose to buy American, I still haven't noticed that somehow prices have changed dramatically. So all we, as of now, know is that we are basically producing an extra $70 billion for this country based off of tariffs, to the point where Donald Trump has even kind of thrown out there,
floated it yesterday,
we can pay our debt or we can refund you back some money.
Which I'm in favor of paying the debt. I think that's the one that makes the most sense. But look, he's taking a page out of the Brian Kemp playbook. That was incredibly popular with Brian Kemp, to send people refunds and say, look, we had more money, we taxed you, and we have a surplus. We're giving you your money back. It's a huge win for him, and it will be for Donald Trump if he chooses to do it, which I hope he doesn't, but it will be politically a win.
Okay, because I'm a terrible person on this. I would highly suggest that it has to go through the IRS, and if you pay taxes, then you get money back.
Yeah, otherwise you don't.
It's not politically popular, but it's really popular with me.
That's right. Well, because that makes
somebody who writes that check every April.
That actually makes sense. That actually makes sense if you pay taxes in. But how did it work in here in Georgia? Was it everybody, or was it just taxpayers?
I thought everyone did.
Yeah, you're probably right. That makes the most sense politically.
Because, and let's face it, people pay property taxes and all sorts of taxes. It's not a straight deal where, hey, I didn't owe the federal government this year. It's like, yeah, but you paid property taxes on your home and you paid whatever tax you were. So that's why I think it was a little bit more across the board.
Yeah, that probably makes sense.
But I'm going to double check.
I just feel like paying down our debt is the most important thing that we could possibly do. But politically, if you want to win politically, you'll get one with that. It's smart. When we come back on Extra 106.3, yes, Sydney Sweeney does have great genes. On Extra 106.3.
Your favorite Extra shows are streaming live video from the studio on Extra 106.3's YouTube channel. Subscribe to the Extra YouTube channel and get the Morning Extra and the Kimmer Show in live digital video.
Hey, it's Front Office Lowe's here to tell you about a new company that is changing the way people buy their next pre-owned car or truck. At The Honest Car Guy, they offer a completely transparent way to purchase a vehicle. You pay what he pays, plus a small honest fee. You can choose any make or model. He will search the country for the best deal out there. He'll handle the paperwork, your trade-in, shipping, and even give you the bill of sale. Friends, I've done the research, and this is a buying process that you can trust. Call 844-SHOW-ME, the number 1, or visit online at honestcarguy.com.
The summer's got you thinking about hitting the road. And with back to school right around the corner, you need a vehicle built for the road and safe enough for the family. And Subaru of Gwinnett has it for you. Like the 2025 Subaru Outback, which will take you as far as you want to explore with standard symmetrical all-wheel drive, plus up to 32 miles per gallon. And if you're up for adventure, it'll get you off the beaten path with up to 9.5 inches of ground clearance, more than the Honda CR-V or Toyota RAV4. Or the 2025 Subaru Forester, the SUV for all you love. It's the right-sized SUV for all the adventures ahead, with a spacious and comfortable interior for everyone you want to bring along. And no matter where adventure takes you, it starts on Satellite Boulevard in Duluth with the amazing staff at Subaru of Gwinnett. They'll help you find the Subaru that you'll love and be there every step of the way for everything you need. Start your shopping online at SubaruofGwinnett.com.
Securing America.
Acting ICE Director Todd Lyons says there's a long way to go to get the crisis under control, but that 214 illegal immigrants who've either been convicted or charged with sex crimes against children have been arrested in and around Houston, many of whom have previously been deported multiple times.
That should just show the American public that we are out there going after the worst of the worst. And this is what Americans want. This is what Americans voted for.
The large number of arrests topping ICE arrests in the Houston area during all of last year, for which Lyons also credits cooperation with local law enforcement agencies in Texas.
We're able to work with our local partners and ensure we take these predators off our streets before they can harm another child.
ICE and the Department of Homeland Security, under President Trump's directives, have also been targeting transnational gang members as the agencies continue to ask the public for help to report crimes and suspicious activity. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
I'm Chad Pergram with the Speaker's Lobby. What can you get for $9 billion? Well, a lot anyplace else than the federal government. The plan by Congress to cancel $9 billion in spending for the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and foreign aid programs is not a lot in the vast congressional ocean of federal spending. It's a fraction of 0.1% of all federal funding, and DOJ recommended more than $1 trillion in cuts. Congress must act to put the cuts into effect. So I had questions for Republican senators. Quote, so what does this say about the party if it can't even pass this bill, this piddling amount of money? Yours truly asked GOP Louisiana Senator John Kennedy. Quote, I think we're going to lose a lot of credibility. And we should, replied Kennedy. Quote, it's disappointing that we're $37 trillion in debt, said GOP Missouri Representative Eric Burleson. To me, this was low-hanging fruit. At the end of the day, I'll take a base hit, right? It's better than nothing. Republicans were swinging for the fences with spending cuts, but in the political box score, this spending cut is recorded as just a base hit. With the Speaker's Lobby, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your Georgia headlines for Tuesday, July 29th. Marietta Police Department is inviting residents and business owners to take part in a free 10-week Citizen Police Academy. The course will give participants access to various police teams, including K-9 and SWAT, allowing citizens direct access to officers and to learn about the inner workings of the department. The academy will meet once a week and is open to 30 participants who live in or own a business in the city of Marietta. Two of Georgia's universities are leading the way in Alzheimer's research. Emory University is breaking ground with new treatments that use antibodies to slow down and potentially reverse symptoms in early Alzheimer's cases. At Kennesaw State's X Lab, professors and students are using supercomputers to simulate various drugs for treatment. Researchers say running simulations of how the drugs behave saves time and costs in the lab, which helps push research forward more efficiently. And Atlanta police arrested a man accused of a bizarre bank robbery attempt. Authorities say the 40-year-old man entered the PNC Bank on Monroe Drive with a fake hand grenade, demanded $40,000, and fled the scene on a Lime scooter. He was taken into custody on Friday. Today's weather, the heat continues with temperatures in the high 90s. It'll feel like it's over 100 in some areas. Scattered thunderstorms this evening. With your headlines, I'm Jerry Payne for Extra 106.3.
8 o'clock hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier expert. 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com.
Kind of like a couple old folks who kind of know what they're talking about.
Yeah, once in a while.
Just joking around about different stuff around the office. And we're like, that's not going to work. Did they try that? It's like, I was like, I remember back in 2011, they tried that. That's not going to work.
Yeah. When you see things play out or you hear about things that are in the works, you're like, Look, we come up with a lot of good ideas around here. And the company has been so successful for so long with many of those good ideas. But because we are a company of good ideas, you have to work through some of the bad ones to realize.
Sometimes it's a good idea that in practice you go, I don't know how we're going to pull that one off.
Yeah.
Like, we're gonna need a little luck here.
Yeah, that's right. Or a lot of luck.
Or a lot of luck.
And then it falls on its face, and then you get
and then they scrap it. They throw it in the trash heap, and they're like,
never mind.
Whoever came up with that, just no more suggestions for that person for a while. 6 months, no suggestions.
That's right. But like you said, 2011 we tried it. It's rearing its ugly head again in 2025. And hopefully it'll be that long again after the idea gets wadded up and thrown away. But a lot of success around here. So we're certainly we're willing to go. Look, we'll go to bat. We'll do the best we can with what we've been handed.
Yes, and thank you for supporting all of our sponsors because
that's the most important part.
That's the biggest thing that we've got. If the fanny packs ever come through, cool, we'll give you fanny packs.
So great.
In the meantime, like I said, we just thank you for all the support for everybody.
That's right. And I want to point out something, too, that Los and I were talking about during the break. True Prep, he had done an ad for True Prep, which we are big fans of what they do, truprep.com. I want you to know about, and some of those guys have been in and sat in with us, the ownership of True Prep. It's been a while. But these are not like fly-by-night. These are not people that are just unhinged or off the rails. These are Georgia Tech graduates that started True Prep.
Some very smart people that locally own and operate the store. This is not in a way that you might have this connotation of like, oh, this person grew up out in the country and they're all about to, these are like people that are really sharp people that know all about this industry.
Well thought out. So I just so you know that these guys are incredibly smart, incredibly well educated, and have a plan for whatever happens. It wasn't but about a month ago, Los texted me and was like, "Did you feel that?" And turns out it was an earthquake, and it was the epicenter was near Knoxville. But it showed up down here. You just never know what's going. The floods of Texas, and certainly heart goes out to those people. But that's the kind of thing that you have to prepare for, and anything else that might come along.
And when you show up there and you see who's teaching these classes, and you'll run into Joey and Matt, and you'll get a chance to chat with them. The reason why Joey is a man after my own heart is because when you get responses back from him, they're like 2:00 in the morning, and I'm like, yes, a fellow night out. Now, I've had to curtail that in the last 3 years.
Well, yeah, just a little more difficult.
But it used to be hilarious when I would get an email from like a listener at like 1:00 in the morning. This is back when I worked afternoon drive, and I'm responding back at like 1:10. They're like, I didn't think you were going to be up. I'm like, dude, I'm always up.
Yeah, I'm always up. And so, those guys are always up and always
they're
working.
Always up.
You can always tell those that are up working early.
Yeah,
I think you'll get the responses at ungodly amounts.
One of the last times I got an email back from something we were doing, Joey emailed back this was 12:36, and I consider that a little early.
Yeah, yeah, I guess so.
Because I will get the email and go like, oh, sweet, he's up real late.
Yeah, no kidding. But I just wanted you to know that about True Prep and how much we appreciate all the advertisers that share your values, that share our values. I want you to support them first. Anytime you get an opportunity. Just give them the first chance at earning your business. That's all we ask.
4-hour fanny pack.
And we'll tease you with a 4-hour fanny pack, maybe. Or a 3 or a 2.
If there's enough demand.
Yeah, maybe even a 1 hour.
They're smart guys.
Yeah, absolutely right. Maybe we can work with them on that. But the point is, ultimately, is use the people that share your values, that support the station, that you listen to, that you take part in, that you interact with and engage with. There's plenty of companies out there that do all kinds of things, but they don't share your values. Shop with the people that do absolutely first. Give them the first crack.
Speaking about who shares my values.
Yes. That would be Sydney Sweeney, I assume. That's what we're talking about.
I don't know her values. I do remember reading about how she was on her robotics team in high school, and I went,
that's cool.
That's really nerdy cool. I mean, come on. Who doesn't like the idea of like they were... I would like to imagine that Sydney Sweeney was building like a battle bot. Okay, like that's hilarious.
It would be out of what you would think normally, because you would think cheerleader.
Right. No, super
robotics.
Smart, sharp lady. So Sydney Sweeney over the weekend, American Eagle brought out their new line of advertising. Now, American Eagle was one of those that went, I'll just point out, if the woke thing to do was to put really fat people in their clothes and to say that everybody's healthy and everyone's beautiful. I think are we done with that now? Like
I believe so.
Like that's over with?
We're back to more of the Brooke Shields.
Yeah.
Remember her in the 80s putting on the jeans?
Right. Like,
that ad that drove everybody crazy in a good way?
You should drive to be a healthy person. Maybe we wouldn't have as many COVID deaths if we weren't such a fat society.
Seems
you
likely.
should drive to be a healthier person, however that is. And if that means that you happen to do... I don't know, put hot girls in nice clothes, it tends to work. It always works, okay? Like, when Bud Light had their issues with Dylan Mulvaney, I said there's 2 ways to fix this. 1, boobs. First and foremost, every time.
Always a winner.
Always a winner. I had the Bud Light posters as a kid.
So did I.
All right? That Spuds McKenzie character, it wasn't about the dog.
It was never about the dog.
It was about the women, okay? Like, that's what the selling point was. Drink this, get this, okay? Worked every time.
Twins.
The other one, yes. Coors Light gave you twins. It totally works. For anybody who's like, what do you mean twins? Yeah, they had twins in all their commercials.
Look it up.
The other one is comedy. And Bud Light is decided, hey, we're going to bring this back with Shane Gillis. Now, they've basically stopped. They were number one in the marketplace. They're now third. That's a lot of money that they've lost, but it's not a free fall any longer.
Yeah, right. They're creeping back up.
And it's going to take a lot of time before they build back into that frat guy beer, the one you're not embarrassed to drink in public. That's what they cost themselves.
But, dude, I remember when that first went down, we were over in Charleston at Red's on Shem Creek, and this dude ordered a Bud Light. And he turns and he sees me there, and he was like, it's for somebody else. That's just all he said.
We go to Good Old Days, and I remember the bartenders there flat out telling me, you can't sell it in a bottle to anybody in here, because that was the connotation. That's just how it was. So American Eagle actually did what I was suggesting we need to get back to. Boobs. Sydney Sweeney, obviously very, very attractive, very well endowed. And so she does an ad for jeans. And the double entendre here is that she's got good jeans. She's a pretty girl, looks really good. And oh, by the way, she's wearing American Eagle jeans. All right. The feminist women out there have gone nuts. These are the nose ring, heavily tattooed, crazy colored hair. They've gone crazy about this. And there's a failure to understand. And I want to reference Rush Limbaugh again. This is the second time I'm bringing up Rush in this show. So Rush used to have his undeniable rules to life, just things that were just how they were. And so one of them that he had, and it was rule number 24, feminism was established so as to allow unattractive women access to the mainstream of society.
He was ahead.
Yeah, with social media, they now feel like they can go and talk about Sydney Sweeney. I want you to take a listen to this woman who she's decided that when Sydney Sweeney does a jeans ad, that it's the same as this.
Did American Eagle just run an ad for eugenics?
Genes are passed down from parents to offspring, often determining traits like hair color, personality, and even eye color. My genes are blue.
Sydney Sweeney has very jeans.
Totally just talking about denim, right? Just a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman explaining how her good genes gave her personality and purity. I mean, are we really going to pretend that this isn't a little fashy-coded? Look, I'm not saying that Sydney Sweeney personally wrote this ad to revive the Third Reich, but American Eagle absolutely knew what they were doing here. You don't get to drop lines about inherited traits, blue eyes, and great genes while zooming in on somebody that could have walked straight off of a Nazi propaganda poster and expect people not to catch that reference. Good genes used to mean racial purity and fascist circles, and now it's just denim marketing. We are watching fascist aesthetics sneak back into pop culture through fashion ads, tradwife influencers, and yes, now blue jeans. If you think this was an innocent ad, you have not been paying attention.
All right, let's start off the top.
Dude, you're not talking about just blowing it way out of proportion.
It's a jeans ad. And when I saw it, the first thing I thought was, it's a jeans ad. And it's a smart, fun jeans ad.
Very clever.
But when you're a feminist, when you're a feminazi, notice how Nazi always works in there too.
Yeah, I forgot to.
That old Rush used to refer to them as. Notice how the politics is always first and foremost.
That's right.
That isn't a person that looked at a jeans ad and went, ooh. What they did is they applied their crazy feminazi religion to it. And then went, aha, that's what I saw. You know what I saw? Boobs. I saw, and by the way, I look at Sydney Sweeney as, hey, she's really pretty and it's not my type. But I look at her and I go, I get why she's everybody else's type and why their stock went up by 18%. You got Sydney Sweeney to do what should be one of the classic ads that you're going to know from this entire year. In the same way that you had, I remember, I think I was hearing it on Glenn Beck, and I know the ad, the Cindy Crawford Pepsi ad.
Heck yes, dude.
Every guy who grew up in the 90s knew the Cindy Crawford Pepsi ad when she goes and just buys a Pepsi at the roadside place.
And drinks it.
Yeah. We all went.
Amazing.
Whoa.
Count me in.
Okay. What part of eugenics were they pushing then?
I have no idea. Kathy Gilroy, fractional CMO, pet care and animal health. This is her LinkedIn. Tell me a group of white men came up with this campaign without telling me. They're putting up billboards. A blonde, blue-eyed actress saying Sydney Sweeney has great genes. Clever way to sell genes. Let's not pretend it's harmless wordplay. It's almost word for word of the thing that you just played. And it's not just her. Pamela Chenoweth, same thing. I know it's Sunday. Do we have white supremacists on your team at American Eagle? Bridget Potker. Fascists are unfunny and uncreative. Dr. Anastasia Gabrielle. Sydney Sweeney, one of the outrageously racist marketing outputs I've seen in a while. And I could read you more and more and more. It's all the same crazy.
And I would say, y'all are all crazy. This is not for you. And you know what they're most upset about? It's not the genes. It's that the ugly people and fat people are no longer in these commercials. We're back, baby. We are so back in Trump's America.
Yeah, right.
We are back to putting hot people into movies, into commercials. Before you know it, we're actually going to have nuclear families on television.
What?
You watch. We are coming back right now.
With a vengeance.
Next thing we're going to do, in fact, what I need you to do, I need every marketing executive in this country to start looking for the next it girl who has significantly larger boobs than Sydney Sweeney.
Yeah, that's right.
And then you've got to find me some sort of like commercial. What was it? Carl's Jr., where they used to have hot girls eat burgers.
Paris Hilton was the first one.
Okay. I need more of that. And you know what? The more of that we get, the more we are healing.
That's right.
We need to stop giving any sort of credence or attention to these people that wouldn't be able to function in society without going onto social media and glomming onto Sydney Sweeney being hot.
And here's the other thing. If you want to put ugly women in your ads, ugly people in your ads, feel free.
Feel free.
Spend all the money you want. Let's see which ads do better.
Just Bud Light yourself.
Yeah.
Or Jaguar yourself. Or
That's right.
Jaguar.
Or Target yourself. Same thing. And just put it to a test. Don't tell us you're doing it. You just put it out. Let's see which ad does better. Sydney or whomever you've chosen. I gotta tell you, I would put all my money on Sydney every day of the week.
I could put together a list of like 7 or 8 women that I would say, you need to put your money behind these people and watch how it blows up. Like the next person, well, who are we going to find? I'd be like, why don't you go get like Lainey Wilson? You know, like go get these people where they're really talented at what they do and they're good looking. It tends to work.
And I would say about Lainey, she's just kind of girl next door pretty.
Yes, exactly. There's nothing about it where you're like, whoa.
Yeah. But yet, it would still move the needle. There's no doubt about it. She's a pretty girl that's incredibly talented. Why would you not invest in that? It would be crazy not to. But then again, those they call us crazy.
Yeah, what do I know?
We're the crazy ones.
What do I know? Good for Sydney Sweeney, though. Way to set all those feminazis off.
I would love to know, because I don't know what Sydney Sweeney's politics are.
And you know what? She doesn't say anything, so
ever.
Perfect.
Never
okay, fine.
ever says it. Ever. So I wonder if it's revealing to her what's happening with this ad, though. I wonder if she's thought about it.
I hope she's laughing all the way to the bank.
Me too.
I hope they gave her like, a 0.25% of ownership of American Eagle.
Dude, I used to love some American Eagle. Man, I remember in high school, in the Navy, even afterwards, in my early 20s, wearing American Eagle, I always loved it. Man, I hope they're bouncing back. When we continue on Extra 106.3, 8 o'clock hour, brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier experts. 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com. Steve Bannon went off on PBS, and it was glorious. I cannot wait for you to hear it. Because when I heard it yesterday, my jaw hit the table. I was like, you're damn right. Next on Extra.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan, and driven to extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Here are your sports headlines for Tuesday, July 29th. The Atlanta Braves losing streak is over as the team opened up their series in Kansas City with a 10-7 win last night over the Royals. Game 2 of 3 tonight. Newly acquired pitcher Eric Fetty will make his Braves debut. He'll be opposed by Seth Lugo. First pitch is set for 7:40. You can hear that game on our sister station's brand new app, 680 The Fan. MLB Hall of Famer Ryne Sandberg has passed away at the age of 65. Sandberg was previously diagnosed with prostate cancer, which returned after he was declared cancer-free last year. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Hey, this is Tom from The Honest Car Guy. We help you buy your next pre-owned car or truck honestly. We guarantee each vehicle we sell will come with a copy of the bill of sale, showing what we paid for it. You pay what we pay, plus an honest fee. Guaranteed. Honesty is the best policy, and we guarantee it. Finally, a pre-owned car and truck buying process that you can trust.
Get an honest car buy from The Honest Car Guy. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME-1, or visit honestcarguy.com.
By texting 26022, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Tax Lien Code. Message and data rates may apply. Terms apply. Available at taxliencode.com.
Imagine waking up and not needing to rush. No commute, no emails, no boss. Just coffee, sunlight, and the freedom to choose. That's the power of tax lien investing. It's been around for over 200 years, used by banks, hedge funds, and the wealthy. And now, finally, it's being taught right here in Atlanta. It's secure, predictable, passive income backed by real estate and mandated by state law. And it pays you, sometimes 15 to 35% returns. You don't need to own property. You just need to see how it works and how to do it right. We've taught over 100,000 students, and we'll teach you for free at a live masterclass right here in Atlanta. If you're ready to start building real wealth through tax lien investing, this is it. Text EARN to 26022 to reserve your free seat. That's EARN to 26022. But hurry, seats are limited. Text EARN to 26022.
There's a new vibe in Tucker, and it's teeing off at Heritage Golf Links. After a multi-million-dollar renovation, the course has never looked better. From pristine new greens and bunkers to the stunning 11,000 square foot putting green, Heritage Golf Links is ready to impress, challenge, and deliver an unforgettable round you'll come back for again and again. And when the sun goes down, the game keeps going. Our one-of-a-kind night range is lit up and open Friday and Saturday nights until 10 p.m., so your swing can shine under the lights. So, whether you're practicing, playing, or just enjoying the full-service bar and grill, Heritage Golf Links is the perfect place for golfers who want more than just a round. Heritage is a destination and a better golf experience. Reserve your tee time at heritagegolflinks.com. That's heritagegolflinks.com.
Located just minutes from downtown Atlanta, Heritage Golf Links is easily accessible from I-285 and I-85.
Take a pause.
The ASPCA is launching its Rescue Effect campaign. What's that? This ad explains.
Every adoption creates space for shelters to give other animals the care they need.
The ASPCA is working to engage potential pet adopters, and they're putting their money where their snout is. $2 million will go to 100 animal shelters across the country.
You won't be paying an adoption fee because part of the $2 million from the ASPCA will cover those fees.
Krista Chadwick of the ASPCA says you can bring home a cat, dog, gerbil, whatever, and no adoption fees involved. But the nonprofit wants the public to know about other important work America's shelters do.
Municipal animal control support and enforcement, cruelty investigations, owner surrenders, all the services that shelters provide. There's just not enough money allocated to them.
So they're urging you to talk to state and local lawmakers to get more funding to shelters. Take pause. Jill Nato, Fox News.
The Kimmer Show is only on Extra 106.3 every weekday afternoon on your drive home.
Again, I have seen like 4 minutes of Field of Dreams. I'm sorry.
What's wrong with you?
I know it's wrong.
It'll make you cry in a good way.
I do that every night anyway.
That's better than Ambien.
Well, yeah. Cry myself to sleep.
The Kimmer Show every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Tug and Los until 10. Over here watching Hardee's commercials with the Hardee's Texas Toke Bacon Cheese Thick Burger.
I was wondering what was all the excitement on the other side of the glass was.
Now you know. When was that, Los? 15 years ago?
14 years ago.
14 years ago.
There's actually an ad where it's either Hardee's or Carl's Jr.
Same company, different. Depends on where they are in the country.
Right, depending on where they are in the country. Where the girl who's scantily clad is not only eating a giant burger while riding a mechanical bull. How many sexually suggestive things can we do all in one ad? And I'm here for it. Thank you.
Paris Hilton, Hardee's had. And they ran those on the Super Bowl.
Yes, they did Super Bowl ads.
Huge. I'm trying to figure out what year that was, because that's the one that stood out to me. 2005 is when that came out.
So 20 years ago.
Yeah. That's what they were doing. That's how far it's taken us 20 years to finally get back to that with Sydney Sweeney.
Yeah.
Thank God.
And dude, she's washing a car. I forgot about
She's
all that.
washing a car while having the giant sloppy burger.
Oh my. That was a positive ad.
And she's like, ooh, this is the greatest burger ever.
Exactly.
That's America.
Dude, hashtag America. Amen to that.
It's a better time.
Yes, indeed.
Y'all are so chauvinistic.
Yes.
Listen, I know it sells, man. We're hardwired for this stuff.
And that's the thing, trying to program against what people are naturally drawn to is so weird.
And to think, Jaguar actually thought that if we put together an ad campaign where there's a lot of sexually androgynous people, I can't really tell what they are, that's going to make me want to buy a car that I'm using to go pick up women. All right, when it really comes down to it, when you have a nice vehicle, did you ever see the video of the older guy who steps out of like a hotel, offers a woman a ride, and she kind of blows him off, and then the valet pulls up in his car?
Yep.
And she gets in.
It's like Lamborghini or something crazy like that.
It's like, oh. It's like, yeah.
That's what it does.
Okay.
That's the whole point.
This is what we're pushing and selling.
That's right.
All right? Like, don't sell me the Jaguar with these. No. It all works if you just do what I'm telling you, man.
It's a pretty simple recipe. It is a pretty simple and easy thing to understand.
If I could figure out a way to put any kind of sexuality with women into anything I was representing, it's like, sorry, that just doesn't exactly work. But
right.
If it did, that's what we would do.
That's right, because it makes the most sense and moves the needle the furthest.
Call my guys at Entry Point Doors and Windows, because they come out and they're like the hottest guys and they'll work in your yard and get stuff up on your house. I mean, it doesn't work the same way.
No. I mean, there's some, housewives that be like, I'm in.
I mean, we've joked around about Southern Exteriors like it's a boy band that shows up at your house.
Right.
And you know what? Some ladies are like, oh,
maybe I will call.
Okay.
Yeah, I will call Jason and Noah and Lance and Mike.
That's right. When they show up at your house, it's like Magic Mike, except they fix your exterior.
Mamas are happy about it. Dre, you got a little something you wanted to...
Yeah, just this. So I was inspired to do another headlines game for this one. A little bit, I think y'all will get this a little bit easier than the, try to finish the headline thing we did a couple of weeks ago. This is inspired by the End Wokeness X account, which is one of my favorite ones.
Yeah, it's a good one.
He put up a screenshot last night, and all he said was, all it took was Sydney Sweeney doing one commercial, and the media has lost his mind.
Yeah,
lost his mind. And it was just a screenshot of the Google News aggregator.
Yeah.
All these different screenshots of people going crazy. So, with that in mind, this game is called Foreign or Domestic.
Okay.
So I'm going to read you the headline, and you tell me if this is an American outlet or if this is a foreign outlet.
Okay.
And y'all can come up with this. I'd like one answer from the two of you here.
All right.
First one. I'm astounded Sydney Sweeney's American Eagle ads got approved.
American headline.
Domestic.
Yeah. Sorry. Domestic. Yeah, that's right. There we go. I like it. Right on.
All right, this one. Sydney Sweeney isn't spreading Nazi propaganda. Can't we even have a sexy ad without it causing a meltdown?
Foreign.
Domestic.
Okay. I would have thought the foreign press would have been on that one. No, they're just as woke. I guess you're right.
They don't hit the same buzzwords that we do.
Yeah.
You care to take a guess at what outlet?
That feels like a Mother Jones, but I think it's probably more mainstream. Give me like a Washington Post.
It's New York Post.
New York Post.
Yep.
Okay.
So very good, very good. All right, Sydney Sweeney's American Eagle ad faces criticism for Nazi fascist propaganda.
Okay, now that's foreign.
See, I would have thought that one domestic.
That is foreign.
It is. Okay.
And the reason why they're not, in our country, we say it like, she's putting Nazi ID. Foreigners go, is facing criticism of this. I'm telling you, the rest of the world does not use the same language we do in our politics.
You're right about that. Who knows his media? That is actually the Times of India.
Of all places, I would not. If you would have put me on the spot and having to guess that one, I would have never gotten that one.
You're still upset about that whole swastika thing.
Yes, that's right.
Sydney Sweeney is hot. DEI is not.
Domestic.
Foreign.
DEI is not represented around the world.
Yeah.
And the rhyming thing is a very American.
It's a decidedly American invention.
Is that New York Post as well?
No, that's the Washington Times.
Okay, because they usually have the very catchy Post. Always has the very, very catchy.
So this was a different take on this that I didn't see coming. Sydney Sweeney's jeans advert criticized for sexualizing domestic abuse awareness.
Foreign, yeah.
Nope.
No, it's Jukebox Hero. It's Foreigner.
It's Foreign.
There you go.
Yep. That is the Telegram.
Okay, there you go.
Because apparently the proceeds are going to survivors of domestic abuse.
For that ad?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. Man, I've missed all kinds of things today. Los, I think you got 100% there. I was running about 70% at best on guessing my media headlines.
I'm just locked in with these people. I know what they're going to write before they do it.
That's right. Waiting on it to happen. And look,
you show me the person, I can typically tell you, here's what they're going to do.
And just to maybe toot our horn a little bit, if you were listening to Clay and Buck yesterday, they got into a topic that Los brought up on Monday of last week.
It was at 2 o'clock hour when they jumped into, hey, this Epstein thing is really just meant to divide Trump voters.
I feel like I've heard that before.
I was like, somebody's been talking about that for almost 2 weeks, including last Monday.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
There you go. Credit to them. We got the biggest show in the country and everything else. I'm just saying that when you hear it from us, you'll get it from everybody else 3 or 4 days later.
And evidence of it. More proof of it.
Because, and I'll just say this. This is nothing against anybody else. But when you're married to this and you're around it all the time, and a large amount, it was very indicative when my wife and I were sharing an office in our old home. And she would be on her calls and I would be doing what I'm doing. And to listen to like her staff talk about different political issues and things, and most of them were like New York based, or Boston based, or LA based.
It sounded crazy.
It was very instructive how they all think. Like, so why do you think I know about this stuff before it really gets to be out there? It's like, because I know these people better than anybody.
Well, I mean, how long have you been listening to that with your wife and those calls?
20 years.
Yeah, exactly. That's so when you.
I know how they're going to react before they react.
They were training obviously in a very different way, but you were able to learn from what they threw out, knowing. And let me tell you, one of the companies that I partner with, and obviously leaving them nameless, but it is every month there's a new program for you to sit through to make sure that you understand their point of view.
Yes.
And it's never my point of view. It's never the point of view of this show.
Some might call it indoctrination.
They might. And they would make you watch videos and then answer.
Keep your eyes open, sir.
And then make you answer questions about it. It is extraordinary what happens. The brainwashing. And all you have to do is you just let the video play and you go make some toast or, take a walk or whatever you want to do. And then come back and pick the most absurd answer. And every time you win. Every time you get an A+. When we continue on Extra 106.3, Trump gave it to you straight about the Epstein documents. Next on Extra.
Time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
Well, I'm 3 time zones away, so I won't be getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning to do a commentary. This one is the night before, so let's chum the waters. First of all, climate change and all of this heat we've been experiencing. Let's go to the expert Al Gore to tell us what's going on. He's the one that told us that the polar ice cap would be gone during the summer within 5 to 7 years. This warning in 2009. Time's up. And this year, the Northwest Passage is experiencing its third highest level of sea ice for the last 20 years. Now the heat. It's been hot in Florida. I'll give you that. Not unusual. A meteorologist in Tampa said it was all due to climate change. He said 90-degree days have doubled in Tampa. Well, according to official records, the average number of days reaching 95 degrees or higher in Florida has not increased since, are you ready for the date? 1895. Just saying, just bringing you the statistics. Let's go next to Michael Moore. Remember Roger and Me, one of America's most erudite liberals. Michael Moore has his panties in a wad because Trump is exporting or deporting illegal aliens. And he has now told us that Donald Trump might be deporting the illegal alien who could cure cancer or stop an asteroid. And to our government schools in Florida, the chairman of a county school board, Sarah Rockwell, discovered that Hulk Hogan had died. So on her social media account, she said, "Oh, did Hulk die? I didn't even know. Good. One less MAGA in the world." Chairman of a government school board. Have a great day. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. The 9 a.m. hour is presented by Southern Exteriors. Quality and precision you can rely on.
Why did he do it? I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. That is a big question in New York City. The morning after gunman Shane Tamura drove across the country from Nevada, walked into a high-rise on Park Avenue in Manhattan, and started shooting in the lobby, and then up on the 33rd floor, killing an off-duty police officer working security and 3 others until he shot and killed himself.
Mayor Eric Adams said a suicide note in Tamura's pocket claimed he suffered from a brain disorder, CTE, from playing in the NFL. But Adams told Fox 5 New York Tamura never played pro football.
We're still going through the suicide note to zero in on the exact reason, but at this time, it appears as though something that is attached to his belief he experienced CTE from playing in the NFL.
NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch said Monday night Tamura has a documented history of mental issues.
Well, that's Fox's Gernal Scott. An executive with the NFL, which has offices in that building, was shot and wounded in the attack. Police in Nevada also trying to figure out why a man started shooting in the valet parking area outside a casino in Reno, killing 3 people, wounding 3 others. He's now hospitalized after police shot him. The Coast Guard has an investigation near Miami Beach the morning after a barge ran into a sailboat operated by a youth sailing camp, sending kids overboard under the barge.
2 children, girls, just 7 and 13, were pulled from the water, but then later died at the hospital. Still in critical condition this morning are an 8 and 11-year-old little girl.
Fox's Dana Marie McNichol near the scene. President Trump is out golfing on his new course in Aberdeen, Scotland, before ending his 5-day trip.
We'll play it very quickly, and then I go back to D.C., and we put out fires all over the world. We did one yesterday. As you know, we stopped a war.
Referencing the Thailand-Cambodia conflict, but the day after he shortened his deadline for Russia to stop the war in Ukraine, new attacks killed at least 22 people. There's a big deal on the railroad. Union Pacific is merging with Norfolk Southern. America's listening to Fox News.
Most people have no idea there's an invisible gap in their home's protection. This invisible threat is house stealing. Con artists pick a house. They transfer the deed of this house into their name by obtaining the forms, using the fake IDs, and filing the paperwork with proper authorities. Now they own the home. Protect your home from this invisible gap. Check on your home's title right now at HomeTitleLock.com. Be sure to use promo code RADIO, and they will send you a complete title scan of your home's title. And your first 30 days of triple lock title protection is free. HomeTitleLock.com.
Quiet down. Here she comes. Surprise!
Surprise! Your accountant just emailed to say your quarterly taxes are way higher than you were expecting.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Also, your favorite employee is leaving. They're going to pursue their dream of being a veterinarian.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
No traffic, no big deal. It's the Morning Extra on 106.3.
Tug and Los until 10. Thank you for being here. 9 o'clock hour oftentimes gets off the rails on the crazy train. And if you would like to be part of that craziness, 404-741-1230 at Extra 106.3 across the social media platforms. Donald Trump is so wise in what he says. He's never in those moments where he lets the media do a gotcha because he's prepared. He's not asleep like the last administration, and he has the ability to reason and talk on the fly. That's the reason he does so many press conferences that aren't scripted, that aren't scheduled, just stands there and takes questions. When he's done his cabinet meetings, he invites the press in, and they ask all the cabinet members cabinet members questions, and then they ask Donald Trump questions, and he's always got the answer.
You get an unprecedented amount of access.
The most transparent administration in my lifetime.
As far as getting answers to things you're asking about right then and there. And oftentimes, the part that can be a little bit frustrating is that the media will start asking about subjects that really aren't in play. So if you're meeting with the British Prime Minister and you're talking about getting these deals done, a natural line of questioning would be talking about like the EU, talking about what this is going to look like, talking about censorship in Britain. And again, all those do show up. Like he jokes around about that. But someone decided,
hits him with a thumb.
I'm going to drop in the Epstein files question.
On the Epstein files, or your name has not appeared in the Epstein files. But doesn't the AG have to tell you if your name?
Well, I haven't been overly interested in it. It's a hoax that's been built up way beyond proportion. I can say this: those files were run by the worst scum on earth. They were run by Comey. They were run by Garland. They were run by Biden and all of the people that actually ran the government, including the auto pen. Those files were run for 4 years by those people. If they had anything, I assume they would have released it.
Yeah, they would have.
It's pretty direct.
All the way back to 2016, they would have.
Just letting y'all know. Yeah. So there's that, right? Now, you're going to hear this next piece of audio. Again, same presser just sitting there talking. And he is asked about Epstein Island. And he points out, I've never been there.
And there's not even an accusation that he's been there that I know of.
Well, that's been the hope of the left.
Yeah.
The real moment, like when it was the flight logs don't mean anything because Stephen Hawking's on the flight logs. Okay, Stephen Hawking has been unable to move for the better part of about 30 years before he died. All right? I don't think he was going down to Epstein Island and breaking it down and partying and being a pedophile. It
just seems like it would be
completely not possible.
Impossible.
Right. It's not possible. So that's the gotcha moment. It's like if we can just find out, if we can just attach him to Epstein Island. And Donald Trump, once again, what he tells us, it was 27 times for Bill Clinton. Now, as of yesterday, he was like, I think it's 28 times. Like the number just keeps growing about how many times Bill Clinton went to Epstein Island. And again, all of them can be legitimate. Not alleging that he did anything, but that's the gotcha. They want there to be a trip to Epstein Island. That's what this has come down to. So I want you to listen to Donald Trump, what he's going to say here. Then it's going to transition over to Wolf Blitzer from CNN. And this is how CNN broke in with this press conference and what they did.
And by the way, I never went to the island, and Bill Clinton went there supposedly 28 times. I never went to the island, but Larry Summers, I hear, went there. He was the head of Harvard. And many other people that are very big people. Nobody ever talks about them. I never had the privilege of going to his island, and I did turn it down, but a lot of people in Palm Beach were invited to his island. In one of my very good moments, I turned it down. I didn't want to go to his island. Yeah.
President Trump says he never visited Jeffrey Epstein's private island. Listen.
I never had the privilege of going to his island.
Oh, yeah.
And I did turn it down, but a lot of people in Palm Beach were invited to his island. In one of my very good moments, I turned it down. I didn't want to go to his island.
No mention of Bill Clinton in there. No mention of the lead up.
And yeah, notice how
just to the jump
I never
cut,
had the privilege.
Never had the privilege to try and build it up as something that it's not.
This thing is dying a death. I told you by Monday, like we've been on MSNBC for now 2 days straight, and there is nothing that they're doing on Epstein Island because of what Donald Trump did on Friday and what he's continued to do. They're like, we got to get off this. It's like, it's not going to be good. They've been told by their masters, you got to stop.
Backfire. We've got to pivot. It's no different than the mugshot, right? They thought for sure, we got it. We got him. And then bam, it backfires.
It's not going to work.
It isn't. And I understand why. I get it. I brought this up. This was probably last Monday when you brought up the whole thing. This is trying to separate them from their vote, from the MAGA voters. I was driving home. Mama says, I'm so tired of hearing about that. That's when I knew. That's when it solidified for me. You'd brought it up, and I was like, okay, all right. And then Mama, that is like it was divine intervention. Mama come out swinging.
Well, Clay and Buck, like I said yesterday in the 2 o'clock hour, they're like, this was all designed to separate Trump from his voters. And what was my point last week? This was all designed to separate Trump from his voters, and it's not working. That the left still does not understand. The only person who can separate Trump from his voters is him. He's the only one who can do it. They can come up with story after story. And when I tell you they get like their marching orders, the plan is like, well, let's try this one. And then they all fall in line with it. And they all say the same stuff.
And why would anybody believe anything that the media tells you about Donald Trump? When have they given you one credible piece of information that you go, wow, I didn't know that, and that's something that I don't like? They've never done it. The only thing they've done is glom on to 34 felonies. They've called him Hitler for years. They were the mouthpiece for the Democrat Party. They knew exactly what was going on every stinking time, just like the piece of audio that Los played for you, the different edits and the different outlets. CNN was not going to give you the credible outlet. They were trying to paint a narrative. They were trying to make it work, though it's failed over and over and over. Why would you believe them? And I'm with you. I don't either.
So this is why they've stopped talking about it. Look, Epstein dominates Trump's trip to Scotland. They finally worked it in with, he was asked a question. Mm-hmm. That's how MSNBC is going to do this.
At 8:10.
I'm sure they've been told, again, by their paymasters, do not do this. And this is where I talk about how the left has a hive mindset. They're given their instructions and then they go from there. And they've been told to back off of this. So you probably have never heard of Aaron Parnas. And he's an attorney. But he's like a young attorney, like 25 years old. You do know Harry Sisson, the guy who's paid by the DNC to...
He's their influencer.
Every day it's breaking news. He's just as bad as the Krasensteins. Both of those two little guys that are basically always told, like, here's what you got to put out there. You know, you've got to help us out on social media. They're all compensated by the DNC, every one of them. So you would think if you've been given a talking point, then you need to put it out there, but you got to kind of do it in your own voice. Oh, no.
This copy paste.
I want you to hear this is Harry Sisson and Aaron Parnas, and this is them getting into what Trump has recently done. They aired this, it's like 24 hours ago. And you would think in the information age, guys, give it some effort, man.
At least say it, don't read it.
At least take a listen.
Donald Trump is now calling for Kamala Harris to be prosecuted and thrown in jail. In a new statement on Truth Social, Donald Trump said, I'm looking at the large amount of money owed by the Democrats after the presidential election and the fact that they admit to paying, probably illegally, $11 million to singer Beyonce for endorsement.
They read it word for word.
It sounds just like, if you remember during, right toward the end of COVID, when all the local news stations had taken a beaten because people were like, these people have lied the whole time. And then every one of them, all these companies put out the same statement. And it didn't matter if it was the CBS affiliate in Philadelphia, the ABC affiliate in Atlanta, or the NBC affiliate in Los Angeles. And it was the same exact script. We really pride ourselves on independent journalism and telling you the truth. Word for word.
Everyone had the same hive mindset.
Everyone.
So when Donald Trump says, hey, we got to look into where this money came from because you're not supposed to be paying for endorsements, and that included pointing out a handful of news anchors saying, how did they get $20 million? And then you decided to endorse. Okay, I think we see what's going on here. To then have Aaron Parnas and Harry Sisson be given the exact same talking points. Again, what are the chances that they wrote the exact same thing about it?
0.
Okay. The obvious answer is they were given talking points by the DNC to try and fight it off because Donald Trump's probably onto something.
Yeah, of course he is. Just as an example, Dre, have you got the news station? Listen, this is the exact same thing if you remember.
And Wolf, our greatest responsibility is to serve our Treasure Valley communities, the El Paso, Las Cruces communities, Eastern Iowa communities,
Mid-Michigan communities.
We are extremely proud of the quality, balanced journalism that CBS 4 News produces.
But
we are concerned about trouble and trending one-sided news stories plaguing our country. Plaguing our country.
Do you see what I mean? Do you see what Los is telling you?
Exact talking points they've been given.
But and if you look, it's the same mindset for Democrats no matter what. It's, hey, here's what we think's going to move the needle. Now have everybody say it.
And so much of it is poll tested. So you have just the right wording that goes on. Now, this is where I say in the information age, pick your game up.
It's so easy.
It's so easy for us to go, oh, I heard the same thing from this person and this person and this person.
And we don't have 5 producers like Clay and Buck.
No. Yet, when it comes right down to it, it takes the internet about 1 hour to go, hey, I heard this guy say this and this guy, and I put them together and they both said the exact same thing.
Reckon why they did that.
It's so strange how they, word for word, said the exact same thing about this topic about Donald Trump. It's because they're being given a talking point. Neither one of them. Whenever you have had either one of these guys try and do something on their own, they get chewed up so quick. They'll often be talking about something where it only takes 30 seconds to go, yeah, that's not how the law applies, man. Or you don't understand how this works.
And then, if you recall, the DNC, and they probably still do it, they would send their main story, their main talking point, their main narrative point to the New York Times. That's who it went to. If it were the CIA, always goes to the Washington Post. You can follow the trail every time. And then when you'd see it in the New York Times, then you'd see it in the AJC. Then you'd see it in the Boston Herald. Then you'd see it in the LA Times. Some form of the same story, because that was how they got the message to everyone. And then you'd have Aunt Peg. I'd walk in and she would be like, she would sound just like them, like she just jumped out of an influencer ad.
She just couldn't wait. Part of the reason why I believe that they watch the stuff that the way they do, with the attention they do, is because they can't wait to regurgitate it at you.
Exactly right, dude. It would be, come in, Aunt Peg, how are you? You just attack me with it. It wouldn't be, hey, I love you. It would just be straight to the talking point.
But you could then go back to the previous night's Rachel Maddow and compare to what she said and go, that's exactly what that woman, like there was no, part of what I always talk about with our audience is if there's something we bring up and you adopt it as your own, cool. But what I'm hoping is you end up hearing something and you got that extra 5 minutes and you go, man, I want to look into that. And then you start, and so much of the time, what I really appreciate about this audience, we have people that will bring up different aspects of something we're talking about. So clearly you've been thinking about it on a deeper level than just, tell me what to think. And I love that.
Yeah, it's good.
Because so much of what happens on the other side is that hive mindset where Aunt Peg gets to the TV and she's like, when's Jen Psaki coming on? I need to know what to think here.
Just standing. Slip shoulders.
Just waiting.
Just waiting.
Like she's just sitting there. She's just plugged, got a little, cord plugged into her head. Just can't wait. Tell me what I'm supposed to say about that.
And now it will be, tell me what I'm supposed to say about Sydney Sweeney.
It's like, and I could go back and look. Like a guy I said something to on Twitter on Friday. And he's always wildly leftist out there. But that's fine. Like, he's not like hardcore crazy, but, he gets caught up in this stuff emotionally.
Got a trace of crazy in there.
And as he's like demanding an answer to like Epstein files question, it's like, you haven't even gone on the record with this. I'm like, because I don't care, because I know what it is. And then finally, I just decided, well, listen, X is forever. Let's go search your tweets. And as it turns out, he'd only been talking about it for 2 weeks. Why?
Right. Because he'd been told to.
Because he'd been told to. He'd been told by everybody, it's the biggest thing you need to get into. And I'm willing to bet that there hasn't been anything since then, because the marching orders have gone out. Stop bringing up Epstein Island. He will, Donald Trump, end up burning us with this.
Just like he does with everything.
Pushed it as far as you could, and now he's naming names, and we can't have all these names being named. These are the people that finance the DNC.
And we have no money, so we need them more than ever before because USAID is gone. But when are they going to learn? That's the question you have to ask. When are they going to learn? And the answer is never, because their emotion will not allow them to learn from the failures of 34 felonies, of mugshots, and now of Epstein Island.
And just, he's not a difficult person to understand and to get. It's just their way of playing politics is so foreign to how the business world is run. And yeah, there's some aspects of some dirty corporate espionage that does work and will burn down a CEO.
Yeah, here and there.
But when you own the company,
yeah,
it just doesn't work. You've got to retool and rethink how you're going about this, and I don't think that they're capable of it.
The thing I love about the Sydney Sweeney ad is now that they've got something to focus on other than Trump.
That'll be they'll get 24 hours out of it. But once the white dudes for Kamala, once that kind of burns itself out,
which has already started.
Yeah, they're always going to be the ones behind on this, because what do? They chase whatever the cat ladies are saying because they think it'll get them laid.
Which is crazy, because that's what that whole ad is trying to at least bring up, the idea.
I've told you before, it's like, why are always the white dudes for Kamala behind the feminists? Because as soon as they hear what the feminists say, they are there to echo it, and they think it's going to get them laid.
And what feminist is going to give you the time of day? Like, that's the whole point. They hate your guts to begin with.
You better not show any male aggression.
You better not say a word.
I'm the one who shows male aggression. I'm the one who tells you, here's how it's going to be, sister. I can fix all of this stuff for you. That other guy's going to be like, you like to have a coffee and talk about it?
Yeah, let's talk it out.
I'm here. I'll listen to you.
Gosh, can you imagine trying to just have a relationship with a feminist? Because I can't. I can't imagine what anger and what hoops you have to run through just to be acquainted with them.
But there's something different. And I don't want to draw this line. In the way that there's like Republicans, and then there's obviously there's Trump. There are women that are quality feminists who are like, they're fighting for the female cause, and here's what we want. We want equal pay, and we want the feminazis are nuts. They're the ones that see this stuff no matter what all the time. It's, how am I being wronged? How are we going to get it? I'm going to cut all my hair off. I'm going to wear a vagina hat.
I'm going to not shave my armpits.
Yeah, there's plenty of women out there that are all about, hey, this cause of women, without doing all the crazy stuff, who run their own businesses and are like, I do it as well as a man does. She just doesn't have to tell you about it all the time. She already knows.
She already knows. See, that's the difference, though. Can you imagine? That's what I'm saying. Having to be acquainted with someone like you laid out.
I am much closer to being a feminist than the feminazis are.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because they're
much closer.
They're way out in left field with a football bat.
Right.
They're never going to make sense. No, I agree with that. I mean, look at me. I don't even have daughters that I'm here like promoting, hey, girls need to have their ability to play ball, and boy, I'm closer to a feminist than the crazy.
This is why you're the Meemaw of Atlanta radio.
And everybody loves their Meemaw.
You love your Meemaw.
When we continue on Extra 106.3, Gavin Newsom's presidential hopes are burning up. Next on Extra.
Neil Bortz is only live on Extra 106.3, bringing you daily commentary on the biggest topics of the day. Catch him throughout the day or hear his latest on the Extra 106.3 app.
Surveys reveal that peace of mind is a paramount concern for people approaching retirement. So, Coach Pete, what helps bring that peace of mind?
That sound means financial fill-up. That means every single year in retirement, you get a new check delivered to your checking account. And if you pass away, your spouse continues to get that check. That's where the value starts really hitting, because a lot of people pass away and they leave their spouse with nothing but bills. And then the spouse has to change zip codes in a bad way, like move out of this neighborhood, move over there to that apartment. So the secret of life is get on that green brick road and make sure that you have that financial fill-up strategy, which will deliver a check to you regardless of what happens in the stock market. This is not stock market money. This is safe money. Now, we like the stock market, but we like the stock market only after we have our safe money and our retirement income number planned out.
A comprehensive review, no cost, no obligation with Coach Pete's local trusted advisor, Craig Chandler of Chandler Wealth Management. 800-419-6164. 800-419-6164. 800-419-6164.
Hi, I'm Chris Lalamia, owner of the Trusted Toolbox. Got a to-do list a mile long? No problem. We've got the ultimate solution, our Handyman for a Day program. Here's how it works. You get a skilled handyman dedicated to knocking out your honey-do list. Paint touch-ups, drywall repairs, door adjustments, and much more, all done in one day. Call us now before the rush for your Handyman for a Day, and call us at 770-623-3097 or visit us at thetrustedtoolbox.com. One call, one handyman, one day, the Trusted Toolbox.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 13th. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits towards the master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate a Virginia by Chevy.
Fox on Tech.
Polling from Fox News shows that more voters think AI is a bad thing for society than a good thing. When Fox asked voters what their first reaction is to AI without the aid of a list, 43% offered a negative response. That's up 8 points since 2023. The most common answers include that they fear it, with 15% reporting that, and that they distrust it, with 15% also reporting that. Only 3% of voters say that the possibility that AI will threaten their jobs is the first reaction they have to the emerging tech. But some business leaders are sounding the alarm, like Ford CEO Jim Farley at the Aspen Ideas Festival.
Artificial intelligence is going to replace literally half of all white-collar workers in the U.S.
So some workers are taking the approach to embrace artificial intelligence in order to not be left behind. With Fox on Tech, I'm Madison Allworth, Fox Business.
This is House Call for Health, a dubious distinction for Detroit, selected as the country's most stressed city, according to the American Psychological Association. The Motor City has the highest unemployment rate in the U.S. at nearly 11.5%, along with the lowest household income when factoring in the cost of living, just over $38,000 a year. Cleveland comes in second, due mostly to a higher average household income, just under $43,000 when adjusted for living costs. Cleveland also has the fourth highest rate of families falling behind on bills, the second highest foreclosure rate, and it leads the nation in divorces at over 41%. On the most stressed cities list, Baltimore's number 3, with the average rent for a 2-bedroom apartment consuming nearly 40% of household income, the third highest rental burden in America. For the record, the country's least stressed city right now, South Burlington, Vermont. For more health news, go to foxnewshealth.com. House Call for Health. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your Georgia headlines for Tuesday, July 29th. The Marietta Police Department is inviting residents and business owners to take part in a free 10-week Citizen Police Academy. The course will give participants access to various police teams, including K-9 and SWAT, allowing citizens direct access to officers and to learn about the inner workings of the department. The academy will meet once a week and is open to 30 participants who live in or own a business in the city of Marietta. 2 of Georgia's universities are leading the way in Alzheimer's research. Emory University is breaking ground with new treatments that use antibodies to slow down and potentially reverse symptoms in early Alzheimer's cases. At Kennesaw State's X Lab, professors and students are using supercomputers to simulate various drugs for treatment. Researchers say running simulations of how the drugs behave saves time and costs in the lab, which helps push research forward more efficiently. And Atlanta police arrested a man accused of a bizarre bank robbery attempt. Authorities say the 40-year-old man entered the PNC Bank on Monroe Drive with a fake hand grenade, demanded $40,000, and fled the scene on a Lime scooter. He was taken into custody on Friday. Today's weather, the heat continues with temperatures in the high 90s. It'll feel like it's over 100 in some areas. Scattered thunderstorms this evening. With your headlines, I'm Jerry Payne for Extra 106.3.
Tug and Los until 10. Glad that you're here. We appreciate you. 404-741-1230 at Extra 1063 across the social media platforms. It's always an entertaining day on Extra. There's just subjects that we get into that maybe other people don't, or presented in a way that anybody else does. So if you want to jump into the conversation, we are always welcoming you at 404-741-1230. I likened Fire Aid yesterday to USAID because it looked like, Los, that it functioned the exact same way. We're going to take a whole bunch of money. In the case of USAID, taxpayer money. In the case of Fire Aid, it is the money that we've generated, that we've raised from people that just want to help. And yet we're going to distribute it to NGOs to kick it back to the people that we want it to go to begin with. It's almost like the playbook, the blueprint was used on Fire Aid just like it was on USAID.
Rather than it being your tax money.
Yeah.
But it was the same game.
It's the same exact game. Looks exactly the same way. But enter Gavin Newsom.
Yes. So Gavin Newsom, let's just go through the numbers here. Polymarket nailed the election last time around, and it was the opportunity where you could bet on what was going on. In fact, when Polymarket told us that Donald Trump was going to win all 7 swing states and he became the favorite for that, we were like, there's no way. You know, honestly, you're going to win every single one of these when they're supposed to all be toss-ups, and yet the betting public was right. The people that established the lines and said these are all the favorites, Polymarket was right. So Polymarket, as of now, has the overwhelming favorite to win the 2020 election is J.D. Vance. He's at when it looks at the numbers, if you're taking 100 and dividing it by all the people, he's sitting there at like 28%. So he's double the next closest person. But the next closest is Gavin Newsom. And so while we might look at this as a California problem, Fire Aid, California problem, and most of us just don't want to be anywhere near a California problem, this is the opportunity through an investigation to bury him, because he is straight politician. This is not like Donald Trump. This is actually painful. And so between the state with the most homelessness, the most debt, people are leaving in droves. It's now 5 straight years, which has never happened in California history. And now him and his wife created an NGO and might have disappeared, depending on the sum. It's millions of dollars. It can't be accounted for.
Gavin Newsom, when I see him, he looks like everything I despise about politicians. And I know this is just surface level. Put aside just the moment, the things that we know he's done. He always he's got that weird slick back thing going on. And I'm not saying he's not a good looking dude, but whatever. He's an attractive fellow. He's tall.
If he didn't have controversies and all the other stuff,
he would be
formidable.
He would be such a problem. Winner. He would be such a winner.
Had he governed to a place where California had at least put a dent in some of their issues, he'd be able to look around and go like, I did a pretty good job here.
But he can't.
No.
But he's everything that I despise about politics. You see him when Xi Jinping came to San Francisco and he cleaned all the things that we had talked about and that conservatives had pointed out, the homelessness, the craziness, everything that had made and tainted California. He was like, gone.
Let's bust it out of here.
When the communist leader of your biggest enemy of the country that you live in shows up, you made it happen overnight. It was seemingly overnight. And you remember all the communist flags that were flying? Dude, it was everything I hate about politics.
This is a guy who got recalled and then won a really shady recall election. This is somebody who had a large portion of a major city burned down, and now the money's not there. This is someone who's let homelessness get insane. And the amount of money that California committed to their homeless projects, and that can't be accounted for either. Now, I think it was Arnold Schwarzenegger. He went ahead and did an interview. He was on a podcast like 2 days ago. And again, a guy who was a former governor of California. And he's the one who pointed out that Gavin Newsom and his group, it's like, since they had these initiatives, it's like all this money, it never made it to the homeless. It was pilfered. It's like it was stolen. So that's going to be Gavin Newsom's legacy, and what he's going to be trying to lead with in 2027, 2028 is, make America California? Like, okay. Yeah, right.
Not a chance.
Good luck with that.
Nobody wants that.
They're going to need somebody else to rise out of the Midwest who's just got more of a traditional American, even though a Democrat story. Otherwise, I don't know who's really capable. Like if Mayor Pete was straight, he'd have a shot. The Democrats refuse to acknowledge that the black voters will not vote for gay man in Pete Buttigieg. They won't.
100%. The next best thing that they got going for them, the only politician that I see gaining momentum right now, unfortunately for California, he lives in New York, and it's Zohan Mamdani. Dude just continues to get more, and the endorsements are coming in. The people that are saying, yeah, you know, he's young, he's vibrant. That's who we're looking for, those young voters. That's the only person that has momentum in the Democrat Party, and he's an avowed communist.
So California I consider different than the scenario there, and here's the reason why. It's obviously if it was on its own, it's like the world's 5th biggest economy.
That's right.
It's massive.
Yeah.
And there are areas of California that are blood red.
Blood
red in Northern California.
Northern California.
It's what it is. In fact, if you were to get rid of the illegals that are living in California, we might have a toss-up state.
I think so.
Okay, like that's what the numbers say.
Well, that's why Trump's so adamant about redistricting.
Yes, it's like go ahead, let's get this thing done here. Now, why I say it's so different about New York City, Tug, New York City is going to be this test case for how quickly can communism destroy a city.
Oh yeah,
a major city.
Will be.
Because communist tactics in California, at least there's a state legislature, at least there's local governments that can curtail some of it. What happens when, the state government of New York is going, no, you can't do that there, and it's like, well, we're doing this in the city.
Yeah. The only thing, the point I'm making is a little different in the fact that he's you're talking about looking for someone that can rally, someone out of the Midwest that makes sense. There's none of that. There's no. Was it Kelly out in Arizona? Maybe.
Mark Kelly, maybe, but
he's out there saying that the Democrat policies are working. We have a bad message.
Yes,
which is the dumbest thing in the history of the world. I don't know how you miss. That's why I bring up Mamdani, not necessarily about the two in comparison. More of he's the only one with momentum in the entire party.
But that's where I believe that if he wins that election,
it changes quick probably.
Within 2 years, you're going to see the craziness happen in New York, and we might have New York might have to be the sacrificial lamb.
Ah, man!
And one of the greatest city perhaps in this country will have to be the sacrificial lamb because no one's paying attention to Portland, Oregon, where it's a total mess there. No one's paying attention that Seattle is an absolute circus and that so many of their big corporations are leaving because of the things they instituted in 2020 and 2021.
New York has a big enough spotlight.
Yes. Where you'll go, wow, that's failed. That is such failure on a massive scale. How are people not able to pay their bills or get food or whatever it is that they institute?
Especially when they're insuring all of those things. We're going to take care of all that for you.
Here's the crime rate. Like what this feels like, and communism often comes from a status of elite and comfort. We went through some of this stuff. When you go through the history of some of the biggest communist dictators and then what they did, they mostly came from well-to-do situations. Mamdani's no different. He's a very wealthy family. So he's busy telling you all about this is what we're going to do and here's how we're going to get this all taken care of and I'm going to fix it for you because that's what the communist does. They have to find victims. But he's not worried about this ever touching him.
No.
And by the time that you got people starving in the streets and crime out of hand, he's going to be living over in his penthouse not worried about it.
Here's the guy that says we need to ban all guns. Went to an event in Uganda, and it was surrounded by people with guns. To make it make sense for me, help me understand. And once you peel away the facade, you know exactly what's happening. Of course, he's going to be protected. That's what socialists do. That's what communists do. They protect themselves. They insulate themselves. They have all the power and all the money, and everybody else is out of luck. Everybody else is screwed. But it just think about his tweet versus what he does. Just think about AOC. Go back to AOC. Remember, wear your mask, wear your mask, wear your mask. Shows up in Florida. No mask. Again, what is she? A socialist.
Gavin Newsom with his dinner dates.
Yes. Nancy Pelosi.
She's got to go get her hair done.
Gretchen Whitmer.
Her husband's got to go up to the lake.
Do you not see? I'm sure you do listening. How do people who submit to this type of influence, this type of voting, how do they not see it? It's so crystal clear for everybody else. But that, what is it? 18%. Dude, they're hook,
19%.
They're hook,
now.
line, and sinker. They've been victims their entire life, I suppose. And now they're looking for those people that promises to get the bad guys back.
I try to think of the Democrats right now. Like the really active ones. Like those puffer fish. You ever seen those?
Yeah, they're great.
So the puffer fish, when it is threatened, it blows up like the size of like a beach ball. Like it's a little fish. And then it just, and now suddenly it's like, it's formidable.
Yeah. Oh, yes, when it blows up, right.
That's the Democrats right now.
Yeah.
It's like an 18%, and it tries to make itself out to be like 75%. In fact, it tries to make itself out to be the majority of America. It's just not the case. It shows you the pretty peacock feathers, and you're like, oh, that looks good. It's like, it's a tiny percentage.
Yeah.
It's not that big. In fact, the loudest ones are the 18%. If there's anyone who could ever rally, and this is what's going to happen in the Democrat Party, that civil war we talk about, there's going to have someone out there that pulls them back into the middle, and the only one, he's not physically capable of doing it, but the only one who talks that way is John Fetterman. Now, he votes with the Democrats every time. His voting record is strictly with them, but at least he talks more of a populist game, a nationalist game, whereas the rest of them don't know how to appeal to the mainstream at all.
Yeah, his most recent post. I don't support all or agree with all of ICE's actions or tactics. I do support moves like this, and it was arresting 200 illegal alien child sex offenders in Houston the past 6 months.
And who else is backing that for the Democrat Party? It's not mainstream. It's just him.
He's the only one.
And now who else goes with that message? Because that's a purple state sort of message right there. I don't agree with all of it, but if you are abusing sexually children, you need to have your butt rounded up here.
Which is my message, your message.
Right, which should be everybody's message, but it's not.
But it's not. No one else says it. No one else is brave enough to.
The Democrat who does that over the next 4 years is going to be formidable if they're from the right place.
Dude, problem is, this guy's health is...
He can't run, no. It's what it is. It's what
health is so bad.
The stress alone, I would be concerned about long term. Like, is that guy going to survive that? Because when you saw him on Joe Rogan's podcast, he had to have, he actually had to have an iPad that was dictating what he was being asked so he could read it ahead of time so he could then formulate an answer. And at one point, the iPad was trying to run off a cell network, and they had to take a time out so Rogan could get him on their Wi-Fi so that the thing would keep up. And so then he was able to function and have... So at that point, you know he still has lingering issues from that major stroke.
The only person in the DNC that defends Israel's right to exist
is him,
John Fetterman. And again, he votes with the Democrats all the time. Don't be misled, but he's the only one, at least on the left, that says it. He's the only, and let me tell you, they come down on him with regularity.
When Donald Trump was running, when we were in the summer, I made this point a number of times. If you're asked about abortion, here's what I would say. And it was always, it's left up to the states. We're going to leave it up to your local community to decide what their standard's going to be. That's what the decision has been made. And sure enough, like as we get into the summer, Donald Trump was like, the court made a decision. It'll be on local communities to decide what they were going to do. I was like, perfect. Because now they can't pin you down on any of this stuff, right? They can't do that. The issue that you're going to have with any Democrat who tries to run a centrist message is that whenever they're asked about the crazy end that the 18% cares about, they're going to have to deflect. So when I ask about like, hey, are we going to open up that border? Listen, all things are being considered. I think the way things are going on right now has actually been working out well for the country. But do we want to have more people coming here because they want to be here and have a big heart? Yes, we absolutely should be thinking about that. I just gave you a non-answer, but I'm still giving you Democrat talking points.
Donald Trump, the most transparent administration that America's ever seen, and the most moderate. That's the other thing that I think gets looked over. Dude is the most moderate that since Bill Clinton, maybe even more.
I would say probably since Clinton, where it's the most in the middle based off of if you want to go like far right, far left. The fact that he's painted as far right
is nuts.
I'm like, oh my God.
Wait
till J.D. Vance is in.
Just wait.
Just wait until J.D. Vance is in.
It is going to be chaos. the way they went after Donald Trump, can you imagine what they'll try to do with J.D. Vance being actually a conservative?
They will be like, where is Trump?
Say it again. What is it?
Where is Trump?
Yes, that's what they'll be begging. They'll be begging to have Donald Trump back. Good Lord. When we continue on Extra 106.3, the Democrats have their marching orders, their instructions. What are they? We'll tell you next.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan, and driven to extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Here are sports headlines for Tuesday, July 29th. The Atlanta Braves losing streak is over as the team opened up their series in Kansas City with a 10-7 win last night over the Royals. Game 2 of 3 tonight. Newly acquired pitcher Eric Fetty will make his Braves debut. He'll be opposed by Seth Lugo. First pitch is set for 7:40. You can hear that game on our sister station's brand new app, 680 The Fan. MLB Hall of Famer Ryne Sandberg has passed away at the age of 65. Sandberg was previously diagnosed with prostate cancer, which returned after he was declared cancer-free last year. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Lord, it is so easy to dream about your house getting the upgrades that maybe you see the neighbors getting. Whether it's new doors, new front doors, new windows, new siding, new roof. Being that envy of the neighborhood is, it's only a phone call away. You've seen some of the neighbors, some of the people in the cul-de-sac doing those upgrades. You're like, man, our house would be great if we could just do that. Now you can get 10% off any job that you choose or 0% financing for 12 months with Southern Exteriors. Call Southern Exteriors today. Hit them on the web. They've got 200,000 jobs under their belts. Been serving Atlanta, Metro Atlanta, and the entire Southeast since 1999. Windows, siding, roofing, doors, gutters, millwork. They could build you a nice screened-in porch on the back of your house if that's what you're looking for. So easy for your house to be the one. A couple
years ago,
that people drive by and they're like, man, I want my house to look that way. You see, you can be that. As you drive by and think it about other people's home, you could be the one that people envy in your neighborhood with Southern Exteriors. 877-9-SOUTHERN, southernexteriors.co.
A couple years ago, I was in the bathroom at the airport when I dropped my smartphone in the toilet. Not smart. I was multitasking when I should have been focused on the job at hand. Embarrassing, but I'm not alone. According to Google, 7 million other multitaskers accidentally dropped their phones into the bowl last year. A gentle reminder that right now you can get yourself a brand new Samsung Galaxy A36 absolutely free with a $35 plan from Pure Talk. The A36 comes with scratch-resistant Gorilla Glass and a battery that'll last all day, along with unlimited talk, text, and data on America's most dependable 5G network. In other words, it's tough and smart. Something to think about next time you're multitasking in the necessary. Just dial pound 250, say keyword micro to get your free phone today. You can make the switch in just 10 minutes. That's pound 250. Say micro to switch to a no-nonsense smartphone and a company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
I'm Chad Pergram with the Speaker's Lobby. What can you get for $9 billion? Well, a lot anyplace else than the federal government. The plan by Congress to cancel $9 billion in spending for the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and foreign aid programs is not a lot in the vast congressional ocean of federal spending. It's a fraction of 0.1% of all federal funding, and DOJ recommended more than $1 trillion in cuts. Congress must act to put the cuts into effect. So I had questions for Republican senators. Quote, so what does this say about the party if it can't even pass this bill, this piddling amount of money? Yours truly asked GOP Louisiana Senator John Kennedy. Quote, I think we're going to lose a lot of credibility. And we should, replied Kennedy. Quote, it's disappointing that we're $37 trillion in debt, said GOP Missouri Representative Eric Burleson. To me, this was low-hanging fruit. At the end of the day, I'll take a base hit, right? It's better than nothing. Republicans were swinging for the fences with spending cuts, but in the political box score, this spending cut is recorded as just a base hit. With the Speaker's Lobby, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
This is Fox on Justice. The FBI says a total of 244 accused child sex offenders were arrested during a months-long operation known as Operation Soteria Shield. More than 70 law enforcement agencies across Texas teamed up together and rescued 109 children, mostly from North Texas. Officials say that's 109 stories that now have a different ending. One of the cases highlighted by officials involves Michael Huffman. He's charged with distributing and possession of child pornography. When agents got to his home in Fort Worth to execute a search warrant, they found him sitting in his driveway with a computer open with child porn on display. Now he faces 20 years behind bars. Officials say they uncovered these cases through different types of investigations, like cyber tips, chat-based undercover operations, and calls for service that led to child rescues. Brooke Taylor, Fox News.
Stream Clay Travis and Buck Sexton, Glenn Beck, Fox News, and even NASCAR on Sundays, anywhere on the Extra 106.3 app. Download the app now and get 24/7 access to the live stream, the latest news, and everything you need to know about Atlanta's only conservative talk station. Download the Extra 106.3 app for Apple or Android and check out even more great original content at thepodcastpark.com.
We've been a fan of TV stations, radio stations having to pay their own way, having to make their own dollars to keep themselves in business. PBS, NPR, yes, you shouldn't be funded by the federal government. Our tax dollars should not pay for your content. If it is worthy, then let it stand on its own. It's a really simple concept. Now, those on the left melting down over it. Steve Bannon goes on PBS and he just hands them their tail end.
Steve Bannon, you check him out in the war room. This is a guy who had to go to federal prison over not testifying to Congress. This was during the time period where if you did anything to the Biden administration, they were trying to put you in prison. Which, the weird part about that, our side does we don't do that. And then their side goes, I can't wait to do that.
Seriously.
And so now
frothing at the mouth.
Now that there's a real task force going on to see who's going to jail over some of the stuff that they did, the left is busy going, you can't do that. Y'all don't ever do that. Like, what do you think you're doing? Like, well, you do it too.
Yeah, that's right.
Bannon will tell you.
You should recognize it better than anybody.
Steve Bannon talked about two big factors. He talked about taking out the deep state, that now's the time to do it. And that's a big part of what's going on right now. How do you go get deep state actors? How do you gut them out of this thing? And how do you make sure that for anybody else who works at the CIA, FBI, or any other organization, you don't do this stuff? That's the first one. But he also talked about federal judges and how they continue to interfere with immigration policy or defunding Medicaid from Planned Parenthood. We just had that happen yesterday. So this is Bannon over the weekend. There are going to be some beeps because he went ahead and let the interviewer know what he thinks about the judges, what he thinks about PBS, what he thinks about all these people that he's up against.
Can't let these radical judges do it, and this is going to be a showdown. It has to be a showdown.
And the rhetoric about the judge, because a lot of lawyers say, all of the rhetoric, calling for impeachment, the radical left lunatic, that this rhetoric, that's not the type of thing the president should say. He should appeal. He should abide by the court ruling and not.
Listen, by the way, was there any complaint from PBS or was there any complaint by the Democrats on the rhetoric used against the judges when the Roe v. Wade decision came out and they had to have police protection at their houses? I don't remember anything about the rhetoric being too high. You guys are so phony on the face of it. This is why we're defeating the left. The American people, as they see this, they go, these guys are a bunch of lying scumbags, which you are a bunch of lying scumbags. You try to terrorize Supreme Court justices over a decision that didn't go your way. And now I'm a huge believer, but playing by the system. The system, we should get these judges, and I'm an advocate. I'm not saying impeach them right now. That's for the House of Representatives to decide. However, the Judiciary Committee should immediately get Beryl Howell and was it Boasberg in immediately for a public hearing about their conduct. Absolutely. And let's put it before the American people. Let's put it what these two have done. These two are radicals. Put them on notice. You put them through this process, whether you impeach them or not, all these other judges are going to fold. Here's what we know. If you take power and exert it, this system's not so tough. You know why? They're all gutless cowards. They've all hid behind the system for decades and decades.
That's true.
Dude, there's never been more truth shared on PBS ever.
He took a flamethrower to them, not only calling them effing gutless cowards, but that if you go at the deep state, they're weaker than you think. If you bring them out into the light and you punish them,
scatter like roaches.
They're cowards. They'll crumble.
That's exactly right, dude.
And this guy did time. Like, he's pretty well aware of it. As a former naval officer, he knows how this game is.
Dude, he got wrapped up. He got a raw deal, and he does not hold back because of that. He is sick and tired of being sick and tired. He's a guy that I can't wait to see what he says next. He's a guy that I know has the right experience. He's a guy that I look at and go, let me see what Bannon's going to say about whatever the topic is, because he's going to have an insight that no one else has. He's actually been put through the ringer. He's actually been brutalized by the system. He's been prosecuted by the system that he actually is an advocate for, doing things the right way. He was not done the right way. And dude, he's an angry man. That is one pissed off dude.
He's pointed out, last time I saw a big interview with him outside of PBS was with Tucker Carlson, and he talked about, and this was right after the bombing of Iran, and he was like, here's what the deep state does, and here's how this is picking up, and if you don't deal with the deep state soon, you're not going to get another chance at it. And sure enough, after we got past Big Beautiful Bill, what happened? Went right after the deep state. And so he saw the problem. Obviously, the Trump administration saw the problem.
Oh, yeah.
They wanted to make sure, let's get our signature legislation out of the way, and then let's get the scalpel out, and let's lower the boom on these people.
And did. And you remember, if I'm sure most people remember Bannon being an advisor to Donald Trump. They think a lot alike. They have a lot in common, and I guarantee you still to this day, they communicate. There's not a chance that he's not involved in some way. Is he in the administration? No. But is he a trusted advisor? Probably.
Can I say this lovingly about Steve Bannon? Because, again, I've never met the guy, haven't interviewed him, don't have any interaction, do respect the stuff that he does.
Sure.
If there's one person in broadcast who looks more disheveled than me, it's Bannon. I'm glad you exist, sir.
I don't know. In this interview, he looks well put together.
I'm glad. Well, in the PBS one, yes.
He does.
When he's got his podcast, when he's doing War Room.
It's his sweatsuits.
It's always like, man, I feel a lot better about throwing on the pullover. Yeah,
Looks like homeless man.
I walked in the building. It was 88 degrees outside. I walked into the building, and I think it was like down at like 67.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm putting the pullover on again.
Yeah, Steve Bannon looks to me like Tim Dillon might look in about 20 more years.
Yes. Just kind of let it go a little bit.
Jump shoots, real disheveled.
Dude, he's got that hair going. Man, I would kill for hair like that.
The hair looks great.
I would kill for hair like that. That dude's got thick hair. If I take anything away, that's it.
Now I want a Tim Dillon, Steve Bannon podcast. I don't know if that pairing has ever been put together. Need those two to get on a podcast.
Maybe one day. I don't know, man. I just know Bannon has the courage of his convictions, where most people on the left do not. They're just told what to think, and they just go with it. Steve Bannon, he's bucked Trump. He's bucked Tucker Carlson. He's bucked everybody. He's his own man, and he thinks his own way.
Oh, he made it a big point when we got involved in Iran. He was questioning all the stuff that goes on with our relationship, and intelligence-wise, with Israel. But at the same point, he's like, I know you're focused on this. He's like, our bigger problem is right here in our backyard, and if we do not deal with it now, it's like it will forever be here and will continue to put us in weird places around the world. The deep state will keep us operational in places that gets Americans killed and waste our treasure.
This is once in a lifetime that we have the opportunity to actually deal with the deep state. Donald Trump talked about it in his first term. He was surrounded by it and couldn't. He was handcuffed by it. This time he's not. And this time he's dealing with it. You see it. You see the rollout. And it's only going to get stronger from there. And I can't wait to talk about it. I can't wait to see it, and I'm sure you feel the same way. 9 o'clock hour brought to you by Southern Exteriors, your home exterior solution since 1999, 8779 Southern, southernexteriors.co. Windows, doors, siding, roofing, gutters, and millwork, they do it all. 10% off any job, no matter how big, or 12 months, 0% financing. southernexteriors.co is the website for Los and Dre. I'm Tug. Y'all come back now. You hear?
As you head to the lake, be sure to play by current boating laws. Georgia law requires captains to provide life jackets for every passenger. If you find yourself in hot water while boating, make sure to call A Second Chance Bail Bonds. We handle bonds from the lake to the shore. We can have you or your loved one out of jail in a matter of hours. Call A Second Chance 24/7 at 404-BAIL-OUT. That's 404-BAIL-OUT. Or online at atlbail.com.